All right, welcome back. Last week we had the continuation of these the shrine or this Tower of Storms, I believe it's called, where there was an orc kind of ghost, I believe it was, sitting in a chair that threatened to kill everybody if they didn't leave the lighthouse, and the group decided to ignore that for now, shut the door, kind of continue on, which was in the end the better call. They traveled up the lighthouse tower and found a beating heart blasting out this green sickly light that seemed to possibly be the reason that ships were actually being drawn in instead of like warned and repelled. So they killed the heart super easily, no problem there. They got back down to the chair with the orc, and it was now completely inert because that, from all evidence, that was the orc's heart that was beating in the lighthouse tower, enlarged somehow. The group got back to the banshee and gave it the conch that used to be that banshee's spellcasting focus, and the banshee thanked the group and said toodaloo, and then vanished and dropped the conch, which was picked up by one of the party members. The crab, the giant talking crab, who I believe we named
Ivan.
Ivan, okay. Based on what the book said, offered to delve into one of the sunken ships and look for if there was any treasure. And what it found was a +1, I was going to say piccolo, but pan flute. +1 pan flute is the decision that was made. The crab just then kind of like went on to live its life. Did you guys take it back to town?
No, he
No.
stayed in the and we came up with the password, so if any villagers come out and they don't say pineapple, he's probably going to avoid them.
It was pineapple for sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely pineapple.
You guys learned that the conch in Phandalin, because it's a small town, they would give you 125 gold for it, but the shopkeeper, whoever it was you talked to, said you could probably find a better price for it in a bigger city like Neverwinter if you wanted to go there. It's not technically part of the campaign at all, but we can figure that out if we need to. There's a little bit of a talk of possibly going back to the shipwrecks and maybe doing some diving to see if there's anything else to find down there. You guys got a vial of swirling blue water that has constant little bubbles coming up. And I don't recall... Oh, that's why you wanted to go to the midwife. To see if she could identify what that was. You tore off the octopus hide armor from that orc in the chair, which we just kind of made up was the same AC as basic leather armor, but once per day you could blend in with the background for 10 minutes, giving you an advantage on stealth for 10 minutes. Or I would even say if you are staying completely still, then it lasts the entire time that you stay still, making you indiscernible from the background that you have, but only if you're staying still. So if you try to move at all, it'll go away. So you get that option if you want to. I don't think anybody chose to keep it for themselves.
No.
Maybe like deciding to sell it. Or wait, did you guys want to make a cape out of it?
We were taught. I think we talked about bringing the conch to Neverwinter, and then we were gonna go to the midwife and figure out what the liquid was, and I think that's all we decided on.
Okay. Yeah, we did say it could be turned into a cloak if you guys wanted to bring it to a leather
That's
worker.
right.
Yeah.
We were gonna turn that into a cloak and have it in case we needed some sneak in or some,
Yes.
So that's where we are. You guys are back in Phandalin. Long rest has been had if you want one. I think we actually decided that we are technically pre-long rest because if there's anything else you want to do tonight before sleeping at the inn, I left that open. Like visiting the midwife would be an option before it gets dark. You could get there and back.
why don't we just find our next quest and leave town? We can go camp out in the road.
Yeah, we could, or yeah, maybe we could find our next quest, head out to see the midwife, and maybe camp halfway, hit her up in the morning, and take off from there.
Something like that, yeah. Oh, that's right. The midwife's out of town.
Yeah. So
that's right.
We'll see if maybe if one of our next gigs we could head in that general direction or something.
Yeah. So can we go check out the isn't there like a board, a message board in town that we go look at?
There is indeed a quest board. This might actually be the first time your group has... Well, no, the last time you were back in Fandolin, you would have found the quest board with the options, I think. And you chose the Tower of Storms. Which wasn't a quest on the board so much as it was something you learned about in passing, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to the ramifications of what we did at the lighthouse, because wasn't this supernatural whatever going on there, wasn't that like causing trade to be slowed down, or there was a port there that was not being used anymore? So I mean, now
no,
it was just a random lighthouse that by the where a river connects to the ocean, or what?
Yeah, I think if you were to talk to townspeople about it, which is kind of what I'm RPing what's happening right now, you would learn that...
we would tell them, I'm sure. We would tell everybody that what we saw there and what we did.
You would learn it was just like, it was one of those beacons that was like on the way to the port city of Neverwinter, the large port city.
Okay.
And also, away...
So that ships didn't crash into the shore.
But they also knew they were within a certain distance, possibly, of, the port.
Of that river.
The townspeople in Fandolin are happy to learn that whatever was corrupting that lighthouse is done, and they will be getting some people together to retake it, like fix it up. Yeah.
Excellent. That's what I was hoping to hear. Yay!
And if you were to go to Neverwinter, they're also sure that if you were to go to like the port master in Neverwinter, they would appreciate, maybe monetarily or with some other kind of reward, that you helped that out.
Right.
And the conch might be good proof of that. But that's if you want to make the journey up there.
Well, we've got a dragon to kill.
I don't know if Shannon left temporarily or...
So, I say, we either we find another job, or we go out to the midwife, or we go...
Yeah, let's find another job. Well, let's try to find one maybe potentially in the direction, then we'll head out towards the midwife, camp halfway there, hit her up in the morning before she's had a long day of delivering babies, and then maybe head out from there.
You would know that she's only really a midwife for Fandolin. She can't travel far. If somebody wants to travel to her to like plan ahead to have the baby, they can, but she ain't going to Neverwinter. Yeah. So, given that Fandolin is small enough, there's not a large...
In small towns, there's baby having season. So let's hope this is not baby having season.
I would say it's like an average of maybe 1 or 2 a week at best.
So let's just do that. We'll just...
Yeah, let's look at the message board.
Yeah, let's look at the message board, and then... Because she's like northeast of town.
Basically directly east.
Oh, straight east?
Sorry, basically directly southeast.
So now she's this way, southeast.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go look at the board.
Yeah, or talk to the mayor or whatever who we've been talking to, Harbin.
So
Yeah.
the board, when you approach it, it's actually been recently modified. There have been, you'll be familiar with what this. There have been reports of shipwrecks that should never have happened, and possible cargoes and stuff that could be theoretically recovered from right next to the Tower of Storms. That's one of the options. You have one that calls for hardy adventurers. Could be quite challenging, and it's a quest to go. Let me see what this text says. See if it says something that I might see differently or whatever. The dragon that besets us is not the first to threaten this region. Between here and Neverwinter, so on the way to Neverwinter possibly, lies the barrow mound of a warrior whose magical dragon-slaying sword helped fell a green dragon terrorizing the high road a century ago. Rumor has it the dragon slayer's sword is buried there too. Retrieve it and let the sword be its own reward. It does mention that this could be dangerous.
Can you read that again? What it says
Sure.
that we're trying to get what?
The dragon that besets us is not the first to threaten this region. Between here and Neverwinter lies the barrow mound of a warrior whose magical dragon-slaying sword helped fell a green dragon terrorizing the high road a century ago. Rumor has it the dragon slayer's sword is buried there too. Retrieve it and let the sword be its own reward.
Well, we could do that. It's the opposite direction where we need to go, but that's fine.
You would know the midwife is less than 5 miles away.
Well, before you said she was 20 miles away.
No, I did not. Each of these hexagons, I am told, is 5 miles, so that's what I've been going off of. Not that you can see that, but I did. Yeah.
They want us to dig up a grave to
Okay.
get a magic sword. Yeah, these people are crazy.
Furthermore, on the board, there is a Butterskull Ranch option. It says orcs have attacked Butterskull Ranch 5 miles east of Coneyberry, along the Triboar Trail. Travel there with haste, assess the damage, and help any way you can. Ranch owner Alphonse Big Al Calazorn is a retired sheriff who can reward you for your efforts. If he's dead, return to Townmaster Harbin Wester with proof of Calazorn's demise to receive a reward of 100 gold each. I've been playing too much Final Fantasy.
Let's go for the gold.
Just a second. I think there's actually one more.
I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that, Sarissa.
By the way, these will all exist in perpetuity. I'm not going to say there's like a time limit on any of them. Yeah, this one actually would work too. So, Mountains Toe Quest. The Mountains Toe Gold Mine lies 15 miles northeast of Phandalin. The new overseer Don John Raskin just made the trip from Neverwinter to Phandalin and needs to be escorted to the mine. There's no telling what dangers lie between here and there. Once you deliver Raskin safe and sound, return to Townmaster Harbin Wester to collect a reward of 100 gold each. Those are the 4 things that are mentioned on the board for now.
Well, maybe we should go dig up that grave, guys. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't care.
I don't know how Neil made his entire camera go. Okay, it's just
Sorry.
black.
Well, we're gonna need that sword if we're gonna kill this dragon, and I gotta write a song about Sarissa killing a dragon, or I'm never ever gonna become the summer rhymer back at court.
Uh-huh.
And then I gotta get back home somehow. I don't like orcs.
Yeah,
Well, it's okay. They don't like you either.
I'm also going to assume that you guys, anybody you talked to that was adamant about going to the Tower of Storms in order to like get it back up and running as a workable lighthouse would have told about Ivan and the pineapple password. So
Oh yes, yes,
I'm not going to be rude and like, you guys didn't mention it, so Ivan was killed.
yes. Thank you. Yes, we would have informed whoever was interested about the tower about well, only people that we trust. We wouldn't have just given anybody the pineapple password. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if we would have told too many people, to be honest, the pineapple password.
Yeah.
Because not unless they were like our trusted buddies.
Yes.
So wait, Ivan was given instructions to attack anyone that didn't have the password, or just to get away from?
We told him to just stay away.
Stay,
if he
okay.
doesn't hear the password, he
Fine,
stays
yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Cool. Gotcha. I'm just training my dice to roll the maximum amount for when I get to hit you guys next. What are we doing?
So let me think. So we've got the Butterskull Ranch. We've got the Dragon Barrow.
Yep.
Is that
Barrow mound of a ancient hero who killed a green dragon 100 years ago.
Let's just do the Butterskull Ranch. That's 100 gold, right?
Each, yes, plus whatever you find there, or whatever.
Okay, that's the one where the orcs were
Have
raiding?
attacked. Yep.
They've attacked the.
Yeah.
How far away is that? What direction is that?
All right, you would get this information. I'm not gonna RP Harbin because I never remember what fucking voice I had. It was some like snooty, uptight voice that I had for him, but I can't remember what it is. So, dang it, where's the map? Okay, it is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, roughly 40 miles. And
Which is that?
to the northeast.
So it's towards that Triboar Trail or the
It's
long
it's
road. Or
on the
whatever it is?
Triboar Trail, yeah.
Okay.
Toward the northeast end of it. Coneyberry or Coneyberry, you would learn is a destroyed town on the Triboar Trail. I'd never know how much information to give you and how much to require you guys to ask townspeople to, but I don't know. I want you to have some info, but
Yeah, it looks like Triboar is a city on the long road, which is kind of northeast from us.
I have no idea what Triboar might be a city that's past the hills, so outside of this campaign technically.
Yeah.
But I know the Triboar Trail is this, just a grass game trail maybe, You also would have heard mention kind of whispers here and there, you might also pass by a shrine, which might be worth looking out. Might be worth exploring. But be careful.
Do they have 3-headed boars along the trail?
The whoever you're talking to at this point in time cocks their head. No?
Oh, okay. I thought it was the Triboar. I didn't know.
Maybe. Oh.
And while we're thinking about this, Sarissa's gonna go find somebody in town to buy a javelin from.
I'm not gonna RP that. Whatever price
Yeah.
you find, and you subtract it from your inventory, and Add however you
Okay.
buy. How'd it go creating that +1 pan flute?
Oh, I haven't tried.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do it now.
I know I've modified weapons and stuff in the past, but I don't think I've ever modified a musical instrument, so I don't know. Anyway, you can actually just get a +1 weapon probably and rename it the +1 pan flute, and then affect like maybe a wand or a casting focus, because that would
Maybe a
have-
wand.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something like a wand. Yeah.
Anyway, but you'll have to remember the +1 to healing, because I don't think that's on anything.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
that I would have to remember. Yeah.
Cool. Is that what you've chosen to go visit the Butterskull Ranch?
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go, and we're also gonna go check out the shrine along the trail. See what we can see there.
How about the horses?
Well,
We returned them and got
Deposit?
our deposit back, didn't we? We already
You
did
know,
that.
maybe the town should just supply us horses, since we're like, you know, actually the only people around here getting anything done. Does anybody else work around here?
Are you asking that to?
The town master, right? Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna piss him off, guys.
Yes, we are a mining town, and we have craft masters, and we have people that run the inn, and we have people that create shields and armor and take the raw ore.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I meant like other mercenaries. Like, is there any other mercenaries in town that's doing any of this work?
We have a very small town guard. Enough that if you three want to cause trouble in town, we could take you out, but they are required to stay in town, so they can't be gallivanting off to all corners of this area.
Well, maybe the town could just loan us some horses.
And what return? Because so far we've been giving you money to do things, and you have not given the town money.
I
So-
just bought a
We're
javelin.
doing things that you need to get done.
Correct, and we reward you for that.
Well, I have a shopping list. Let me dump some gold into the economy.
Helpful.
Yeah, this guy's kind of tight, guys. I think
does-
we're gonna have to rent horses again.
I
We
was
could all-
kind of waiting to hear an argument, maybe about like.
Nah, we're mercenaries,
But-
not fucking diplomats. If he wants to argue, we'll just go to Neverwinter.
You have a bard,
That's true. You go ahead and negotiate.
but
Bard.
if you want to, there could be a chance if you make an argument good enough that you would get advantage on the roll. But if you would like to just stick with a flat persuasion roll, you're welcome to. You guys can confer if you want to create this.
I don't know if my argument's all that great. My argument is we're the only group of mercenaries in town that are picking up any of these jobs, and so you know the town, we're doing the town a favor. Even though we're getting paid, we're the only job applicants they have, so
Yeah.
maybe they should try to retain us. It's a retainer.
So you're saying the retainer fee would be the loaning of horses at no cost?
Exactly.
Okay. Advantage on your persuasion.
Okay.
It's good enough. I thought maybe like some mention of your track record being perfect so far, or maybe like you're gonna defeat a dragon in a minute or two.
Well, Sarissa was gonna weigh in after the fact if he's not successful.
That's
Only 17.
that's that's basically asking like, oh, this guy failed, let me roll now. So I'm trying to kind of go with.
Well, no, it's in any
It's done.
conversation.
I rolled.
when you're with your siblings and your dad says, no, you can't go out, you let your older brother make the argument and you stand there and wait and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work out, then you pull out the big guns. Well, Daddy,
In real
last
life,
week you said.
yes.
So that's how negotiations work.
But in
Dump it all out at
D&D, the DM tries to prevent the players from just like, oh, he failed, let me try. Okay, they failed, let me, like, it's just, that's
No,
what.
it's negotiation. It's persuasion, man. You just let your first guy go. He's pretty good. And...
I'm just telling you as a DM, that's how people prevent just roll upon roll upon roll. Like, oh, like they failed to perceive.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But just trust that we're not going to do that. Like, because it doesn't make the game any fun if we're just buffaloing the DM. That's not fair to the DM. I don't think.
Let me ask you a quick little logistical question. Do you have what's your plus for persuasion?
Oh, it's a +5. I'm good.
And then Neil?
Mine's +5.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I guess knowing that, I guess helping wouldn't really be a difference for, as opposed to you guys just both roll. Okay, so 16.
Yeah. 17. I rolled it with advantage and got a 17.
And I stay in the background because my persuasion is -1.
Oh, that charisma score, baby. All right.
The ranger just disappears. Like, where'd the ranger go?
He just looks tough, and
Yeah.
everybody kind of gives us credibility.
He gives a dramatic, uptight sigh, and like it's palpable, like it's a heavy for you. You feel the breeze on your cheeks, and through that, because he only speaks to you guys through that slit in his door, because he's too fucking scared of the dragon. He slides a coupon, whatever you want to call it, a slip of loan these fuckers.
Voucher.
Yeah.
Do we first hear a thump, thump, thump on the door, like he's beating his head on the door like fucking mercenaries every time?
When you first said thump, 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 I thought it was like him like stamping his feet in a tantrum. But okay, I like, yeah, maybe both. But yeah, he a couple thumps against the door, like, yeah. So he slides you a voucher, whatever. It's only
yeah, we're the Phandalin town mercenaries, guys.
And it's even for 3 horses.
Oh wow.
Ooh, well, we might find somebody along the way.
Well, also you could use one as a pack horse. So.
I think that's a good idea.
It is just
now
for
we're
the
gonna go out and buy like 50-foot rope and 50-foot of chain and a bunch of caltrops and a bunch of. We're gonna buy pitons, and we're gonna buy like tons of equipment.
It is just for the.
I just dumped 18 gold into the local economy, buying this, that, and the other thing.
That's right.
So it is just for the horses and the saddles. So no extra bags or anything like that. If you want to purchase like saddle bags for like storage, you can.
Okay.
That'd be easy to find.
I got a sack.
And then what did you buy, Rio?
Woodcarver's tools, weaver's tools, a vial.
Are you proficient in
shovel?
Are you proficient in both those things?
Wax,
nice.
a sheet of paper, ink, and a pen. Another flask of oil.
What kind of oil?
Sledgehammer.
Like oil for lighting on fire or cooking or
both. It's multi-purpose.
Can you light olive oil on fire?
Yes.
Really? It's flammable?
Grease fire. Have you seen grease fires in kitchens?
I guess the heat has to be pretty high though. Anyway. Interesting.
No, actually, olive oil has a really low smoking
It's a
point.
regular thing at Hanukkah.
Okay. I know coconut oil has a really low smoke point. I thought olive oil was pretty decent.
Yeah. It's higher than coconut, but it's lower than like your canolas or your vegetable oils.
Yeah, okay.
They've got a really high. We need to pay to get that cloak made, don't we? Because we have that thing, but didn't you say we had to pay to get it made into an invisible cloak?
You would have to pay somebody to do it unless one of you does have proficiency in leatherworking.
I'm good with
Nope.
dice.
Okay.
I'll
You're good
roll
with
you
dice? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't pick dice set. It just gave it to me. Or I think that was my only choice, actually.
Yeah, you get like dragon chess or dice, I think, for like most.
Yeah, so I picked dice, so...
Wait, what's your background?
Oh, I can't even remember.
Because dice would make me think like maybe some kind of like nefarious back alley.
It just seemed like for the paladin, I just didn't have a lot of choices with that. So I had like, chess or dice, and I picked dice.
By the way, I do not see Sarissa on Owlbear. I did share the link. Have you been Owlbear-less this entire time?
No, it's showing me signed in right now.
I only see Neil and Rio, but let me refresh.
Well, I'll leave and come back because
Nope,
I'm
nope.
seeing.
I refreshed. You're there. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm seeing you drop in and out.
I haven't. That was the first time I refreshed, so maybe like I don't know. Anyway, you're there now. We're good. We are. So it is. I'm still gonna give you guys enough time if you want to go to the midwife. She specializes in healing potions, but she can probably.
Yeah, we'll go to the midwife, but first, how about if we leave the thing and if nobody has leather working, we can leave our little cloak in town and pick it up on our way back. Like we can put a rush on the order to get it done.
Fuck, I don't know how to like figure out how much it would cost to have somebody create a cloak out of this armor.
Let's see.
Say it's like specialized man hours. 1 gold is roughly like $100, give or take. I would say it would take I'm just gonna say it would take like about 4 hours at a golden hour.
$100 an hour
for a specialized leather worker creating a beautiful cloak out of. I mean,
yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think so.
What would you pay at a con in the huckster's room?
That's true.
Also, like I've gone to tailors that charge a fuck ton for.
Yeah, if they're good, they're ridiculous. Like Savile Row, it'll cost you like $14,000 for a basically off the rack, barely tailored.
So 4 gold. It will be. They're not going to finish it tonight because it is close enough to dusk to not. But they'll finish it in the morning by roughly like 9 a.m. game time.
Well, we could pop out to the midwife, and then on the way back just camp in the woods, and then hit the cloak shop in the morning.
Again, you can get to the midwife and back before dusk.
Yeah, right. That's what we're saying.
Okay. I don't know why the camp in the woods thing threw me off. So.
Camp in the woods.
We don't want to stay at the inn.
Oh, okay.
We don't want to pay for the inn. I'm cheap.
It's like 5 silver per room, or it's like it's nothing. Anyway, whatever.
Right.
20
You're right, it is nothing.
$20. So like 2 silver per room per night.
Sarissa will pay for Neil's room so we can sleep inside. And
no, fine.
Okay, so is that what you want to do? You want to
Sure.
you want to commission the cloak to be made, the cape.
Yeah. Yes.
So, it's going to be two gold up front, and then 2 gold when it's finished. Whoever wants to do that.
And while we're in the room, I finished the first of 3 whistles.
Wood carving a whistle?
Nice.
Okay.
and hand it to Sarissa. This is just a simple whistle, a thumb size, for which to call for aid.
Okay.
So correct my ignorance here, but are whistles just like a solid piece of either wood or metal or whatever, or do they have, like, for some reason my brain thinks there's something inside of it that, like,
They're bored out.
but isn't there something inside of the whistle? It's
With
supposed
a notch. You can put a P inside.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but you don't
but
have
it's not necessary.
What's the purpose of the P?
It makes
A
it
warbling
makes
sound.
it
Oh.
warbles, and it's more to get people's attention.
So these
And-
whistles
and
are just
your embouchure doesn't have to be as precise for those either. You can just crank on them. You don't have.
So these whistles will just be a pure note without any kind of trill to it?
Right.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
And I'll make another for Neil in a couple of days.
I would say, did you purchase, or did you just go out to, like, the woods? Did you have just, like, spare wood on your person?
I'm a ranger and hunter, and
That's not a yes. I mean,
and therefore I would have the ability to pick the right kind of wood.
okay. Yeah. I didn't know if you wanted to, like, purchase some, like actually already, like, lumber from a, but if you're gonna pick some wood, that's fine. Cool. I'd say you can whittle a whistle in like an hour. So
Yeah, but I'd fuss with it.
cool. Hey, yeah, if you want to
After
perfect it.
all, I've got that extra 4 hours a night.
Oh, yeah.
Elvin,
Yep. Okay, so
I'd make it look pretty.
Sarissa has a purdy whistle. Is there any color to it? Is it like painted at all, or?
Carving in it, but on the exterior, but no paint.
Okay. Is there a
I'll
symbol?
tie it around my neck with. I pull out a little piece of ribbon. I'll just tie it around my neck.
Any like symbology or anything that you've carved into it that's specific to Sarissa, or just like your mark, or?
No, just an elven pattern that I picked up, saw on a market and decided to duplicate it. I didn't go to McCall's or Simplicity to pick it out.
I don't know
You
what
just
that
dated
means.
yourself with that one.
McCall's sounds sort of familiar, but I don't know why.
They're
Patterns, dressmaking patterns.
Okay.
Butterick, McCall's. They were like patterns.
Okay. So are we in transit, or you just want to say that you've reached the midwife by now?
Sure.
Okay. So you approach. I don't have a map for it. It's just you approach. You exit like this tree line. So you've been walking through. Well, no, it's a hill. It's a hill amongst grass. So you've been getting closer to this hill. That is a hill amongst a bunch of hills that like kind of make up this whole like the foot of the Sword Mountains. And you do see a windmill on top of the hill. I'm gonna say that you guys knew where this was because the past group that went here the first time told you about it.
We've been here too, Riley.
You guys
2
have?
times ago, we were here.
Why?
I can't remember. Don't you remember? It was 2 times ago. I can't remember why we went out there, but we went out there.
To purchase potions, maybe?
Yeah, it seems like healing potions or something.
I don't think they're
something.
I don't think I described it, did I?
I can't remember. I just know I got it.
Okay.
It says birth bitch, and then potions healing.
So this is called Umbridge Hill.
There it is, right?
Okay.
It's in her notes.
Birth bitch, yep.
Pitch, potions of healing.
And there's a windmill active, intact. Maybe some scratches along like the side in the windmill stone, which the group before that you kind of joined up with, and they have gone their separate ways by now, would mention that were from a manticore. And they would have also told you they gave the manticore, well, a couple of like a druid's good berries, I believe they're called. Is that what, good berries, I think. And the manticore and its mate were fed off of those good berries for a couple days because they were enough to do that. And the manticore is not there. So I wanted to roll for it. I had a DC in mind for that, but there's no manticore. You do see the scratches, and the midwife is nowhere to be seen so far. But the windmill's spinning, doors and windows are the windows in the like the second or third floor are open to let air in, but doors are closed on the ground floor. Windows are open on the ground floor, but yeah. Fuck's my phone?
I've not been here before. I don't remember that.
I don't think we really interacted much. It's like we just showed up, we got the healing potions, and we left. There wasn't,
Yeah, there wasn't RP really last time, but this time,
yeah.
why not? I'll make it quick, but
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's find the midwife and see what she thinks of this crazy vial. Is it a vial?
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's a bottle. It's a bottle.
It's like this
It's
size.
a vial
A vial.
with the blue liquid in it with like bubbles that rise up and.
Maybe it's a potion of water breathing.
Oh. Okay.
So what you doing?
Let's knock on the door.
Yeah, let's go up to the door.
Roll me a knock roll. No. You knock on the door, and you hear, "Just a minute." And in less than a minute, the door is opened, and you do see your best guess would probably be like mid-60s. Gray hair that flows down past her shoulders. Somewhat tan skin, like not like super dark, not super white, just pretty tanned. Wearing robes that kind of let the air in. It's we're gonna just say it's like spring summer kind of vibe in this current time period. Yes, what can I do for you?
Sursa will just look over at Neil and let him do the talking.
Well, we're wondering if you could help us appraise something. We could pay you for your time if you could help us figure out what it is we have. We don't know what it is and thought that it might be some sort of healing or some sort of medical substance. And then who has the vial?
I'll be back
Where's
in
the
like
vial?
20 seconds.
I pull it out and hold it up.
Okay,
I think
Sarissa
you-
holds up the vial.
Yeah, I think he went to the bathroom or something.
Okay,
Just
all
follow
this,
him.
all this talk of
Right?
healing potions and medical stuff. Gotta be water breathing, right? Like
It's blue and
with
it's
bubbles
bubbly.
in it.
But yeah, whenever I see blue, I think water, but I don't know. Let's see. Martian face on flight. Polish rebuke. What is that? Uh,
Sorry, I've had to pee for like 5 minutes. Oh.
So,
As far
yeah,
as
Marissa.
when you say appraisal, do you mean like how much it's worth or what it does?
Well, what it does, and,
Oh.
and mainly,
Okay. Do you guys want to purchase any health potions while you're here?
Oh, yeah.
yes, please.
I'll take one.
Then I will appraise it for free. As long as you purchase at least one health potion. She takes the vial from your hands and... Ooh, this is beautiful. Where'd you find it?
we found it out at the lighthouse,
Oh,
I believe.
I was looking at the lighthouse earlier today with my spyglass and I noticed that the green light is gone. Was that you?
Yes, we happened to banish the harpies and the other entity that had infected the place.
Oh,
It should be
my.
back to normal soon.
Well, then I even say you get a discount on your healing potions, because
Oh,
I've heard
excellent.
of so many poor souls having lost their lives from the
Yes,
shipwrecks.
it's most unfortunate. There was an entity trapped there who we freed from this mortal realm, and
She was a sea elf.
a sea elf. Yes.
My memory's not as good as it always has been, but that rings a bell. So anyway,
Her name was Miral.
that rings a further bell, but I can't. Oh my. Back to business. Let me take this to my alchemy stand, and she, takes it over to her long wooden table with several vials and tinctures and whatever the fucking. Takes a little droplet out, and you can actually even see in this little dropper that she pulls a little bit out of. It's just the same thing inside this little dropper. It's just like the liquid keeps swirling. There's bubbles coming out of it. She kind of looks it over and is like, that's quite amusing. Okay. And she does alchemical things. I'm not going to go into it and bore you with the details because I don't know how to make up the details. She finds out that it's a very special... This is not something I've seen often. In fact, it's kind of a melding of two different potions.
Really? Which two potions?
So, I mean, water breathing for sure, and also swim speed.
Oh, excellent.
So, what I gather is you can either have 3 people drink it, and they can all be able to breathe the water for 10 minutes. Or you can have 1 person drink it, and they could breathe water again for 10 minutes, but have the swim speed of 60 feet per... Well, yeah, a fast swim speed, which
Yeah.
means 60 feet per round.
Oh, most excellent.
Yes.
I don't know how to swim. I have wings.
I don't know how
Yes.
one precludes the other, but okay.
Well, my wings, when they get wet, I don't think I can do it. I'm
Okay.
gonna sink.
Who wants this back?
Sarissa will take it from her and put it back in her pack.
And
So,
for your service at the lighthouse, 40 gold per
excellent.
healing potion.
10 minutes.
I'm good on healing potions.
Yeah, Sarissa will buy one from her.
Rio expressed interest as well.
Yes,
Yep.
Okay.
Gold is a good price.
it is.
Just one each.
Yes.
I don't suppose any of you are herbalists?
As a matter of fact, yes, I am so qualified.
And as your DM, I do not recall you asking to find herbs on any of the travels, but I will give you a roll if you want to have a chance to have found herbs on your travels that would reduce the price of these healing potions even further.
Spiffy idea.
So I guess that would be d20 plus proficiency plus... I don't know what else to put on herbalism. Like, add your perception. Sure.
Intelligence or wisdom.
Yeah, perception.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes it.
Well, your perception
10
already...
plus
Perception already has...
perception, which is 16 plus proficiency, which is 2, or 18.
So that's my question. Perception, you're already proficient in perception, right? So it already adds your proficiency bonus? Right?
Why, yes, it does. So that'd be a 16.
Okay. You would have procured, if you want to give them up now, you would have procured enough herbs to reduce the price of one of the vials of healing potion by 5 gold.
Okay, easily done.
Do you want to like be gathering herbs for any purpose in the future?
Yes.
To sell or to create things or...
Primarily for cooking purposes, because
okay.
I'm also proficient with cooking utensils.
Beautiful. So just keep that in mind anytime you guys are traveling, anytime you're in town or wherever, you can ask to make an herbalism check. I'm trying to make herbalism cool. It's in my rule sheet. I can relink it if you want to in the Sunday chat, but I'm trying to make it better than it is. I think I even have another entirely just herbalism all by itself sheet somewhere in my drive, but anyway, it's a work in progress. Open to ideas, by the way.
For reference, I'm also proficient with Longhorn, Weaver's tools.
What's a longhorn?
Woodcarver's tools. Although I'm not good enough on the Longhorn to get a gig.
So what's a longhorn?
It's a horn for long distance signaling purposes.
Like in the Ricola commercials? Like the
Not
downward.
that long.
Okay.
Is it more like a carrings? You know, the ones the Celts used to use?
Yeah.
You know that.
So it's like it's a straight thin horn that like breaks out into that trumpet kind of opening at the end, or what? What's it look like?
They go up.
I envision it's like the horn of a longhorn.
So like an animal that has a longhorn kind.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
And not a worked metal thing.
No. Okay. Cool. I don't know how to incorporate that unless you do want to play it every once in a while or use it as a signal from far off to your group or something like that, but
Yeah. Bag of tricks.
yeah. I mean, if during our travels, if you're walking through woods, you can say like I'm picking up pieces here and there for wood carving or creating a certain specific thing for your whatever, but just let me know. Okay. So you now know that 3 people can drink this and gain water breathing for 10 minutes, or 1 person can drink it and gain a swim speed of 60 feet per round plus water breathing for 10 minutes. But yeah, and then you guys both spent 2 of you spent 40 gold on healing potions, 35 gold because of the exchange of herbs for one of you. So would that be Rio or Sarissa that gained that 5 gold bonus?
I found the herbs, so I'm thinking
Yeah.
it would be me. But
Yeah, okay. Up to you.
I asked my companion, how broke are you?
To Sarissa?
Yeah.
I'm not skint.
I've got 248. How about you?
I've got 159 gold.
Then you take the discount.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
This has me hoping that I haven't like what did you spend money on, Sarissa? Aside from the javelins, which aren't.
Well, I've bought 2 healing potions, 50 and 40, and I bought the javelin. So that right there is 95.
Yeah.
And so we only started with what, 250? And we didn't get any gold this last time. But we have the conch. We might try to sell in Neverwinter, but then we got to spend money on horses, and now we're going to spend money just nickel and dime. But we've not.
Yeah.
I haven't made any money.
I thought that I gave you guys similar rewards to what the previous group got, but they also didn't get a whole lot. They got like 50 from the first quest and 100 from the next 2 quests, so maybe that's accurate.
How much did we make when we turned that guy in? It wasn't a lot.
Like 100 each?
No, I don't think it was 100.
I think I think it was like 100 each. It was not much.
I think it was 100.
I mean,
Yeah,
100 gold is a decent amount of money, right? You know, depending on for our level.
Yeah, it's like I started with like 100 or 150, and then we made that, but then I've spent nearly 100, and between the horses and the healing potions and.
Yeah, Logger's Camp was 100 each, so.
Yeah.
And all of these quests say the reward is X GP. It does not say per person, so I have been just pretending it's per person. Otherwise, like a party of 6 would be a lot more destitute than a party of 3. Like whatever. And if you look at like prices in D&D Beyond or whatever, you can always ask me if that's the price that I would actually have for it, because the previous people who are playing in this campaign learned that I kind of want to have it be like a silver standard, and there's actually some differences between that. It's a whole thing. Like I've been looking up a lot of stuff about like D&D economy, but anyway, what are your plans from here on out? Are we going back to town? Are we just like striking out from here directly through?
No, we said we were going to go back to town, and I was paying for Neil's room. We were going to spend the night and pick the cloak up in the morning.
Okay.
And then head out.
Okay.
Right, 10 minutes for. Write that down.
I don't know what a nat 1 should be on whether or not you encounter anything going back to town. Because I made the nat 20 was the dragon showing up. So I'm sticking with if I'm sticking with that metric, then obviously the lower roll should be nothing happens.
Right. Yeah. After our first time out and about, a dragon shows up. Everything else is kind of. Yeah, sure.
We were gonna kick its ass.
It was
right.
a 5% chance to happen, and it happened. Yeah, so you make it back to town, no problem. You're making it back into Phandalin as the sun is setting, so like you have about 10 minutes of an already set sun by the time you make it back to town. Whatever time that makes it, let's just say 7. Why not?
Okay.
Anything you want to do in town before sleepy sleep? You want to hang out at the bar for a bit? You want to do a little bit last minute shopping? I mean, actually, shops are probably closed by now.
So, Rio and Neil, would you care to sit in the tavern, or do we just want to sleep?
I don't want to perform
Okay.
People
How
are
about
just
you?
gonna ask me to play.
All right. How about you, Rio? Would you just prefer we go to sleep?
Skip trees.
If there's a food and spice market still open at this hour. Oh, what season is it?
I'm saying spring, like late spring, early summer kind of area.
Oh, you know, there might still be light at that hour. If so, do a little bit of grocery shopping.
What are you looking for?
Molasses, honey, maple syrup, nutmeg, tea, mustard. You know,
For
the usual kind of thing to
Yeah.
cook with.
for simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna say that is in the Stonehill Inn has, rooms for rent, obviously. Also a chance to order food,
Nothing
drink.
to cook.
Yeah. So there's also some supplies. Yeah, you can purchase there. So,
Is it the drop shipment point for Fantasy Amazon? Next
Sure,
day
yeah.
delivery.
this is where the carts for grocery supplies. Well, some grocery supplies. There's also I'm gonna say there's a grocer somewhere, but yeah, honestly, actually a grocery store might even be open this. It's not like late. It's like, so it is dusk. It's past dusk by 10 minutes, but how many different spices and or other ingredients are you looking to purchase? And like a day's worth, a week's worth of each?
A week's worth, yeah.
Okay. So give me the number.
A week's worth.
8 different, 10 different.
Yeah, 8.
Okay. So 10, 8. Yeah. 8 silver. So if somebody wants to write that down somewhere, especially because you're the cook, 1 silver per day's worth of your 8 different molasses, spices, whatever. So 1 silver per day if you want to liven up your cooking while you're on the road. And these are also, they'll last. So if you're not cooking every day, then
So basically 1 gold for a 10-day supply of the goodies.
yeah. And I'm even thinking like a $10 per day's worth of spices probably is a lot.
Yeah.
So sorry, yeah. No, let's amend that. 1 silver per week. Let's go with that.
I've got a source book in D&D Wiki,
Okay,
and it'd be more than that.
I'm fine. I appreciate. I'm okay with a silver a week. I mean, especially because it has no actual benefit, unless you're trying to game that as well somehow. Like, the better the food, the better your short rest or something goes. Or
What, campaigning without caffeine?
there, actually,
Yeah. Fuck the spices. We're getting coffee.
the group.
Tea,
The group I had
not Earl
playing,
Grey. Hot.
the group I had playing before you, one of them was a cook, and I did allow the meals they prepared to have a bonus to them. It was a small bonus, but it was a bonus nonetheless. So, if you are proficient in cooking, I think you said you were,
Yep.
if you want to prepare meals that have a bonus for stats for the next day, I'm happy to do that, but you are, in theory, going to either have to hunt for or purchase, like, the meats and veggies and things for the meal. Spice-wise, though, 1 silver per week is fine, but for proteins, veggies, fruits, it's whatever you want. Either you hunt and forage, or you purchase them.
Right,
But-
and fortunately, being a hunter, I have a choice.
Yeah. And I'm open to whatever bonus you're looking for that day. If you think that you want a +1 to saving throws, a +1 to attack rolls, like a plus, like 3, depending on your level, maybe a certain number of temporary hit points for the day. I'm open, so. And it's not like you have to come up with a list right now, but if, like, whatever you're feeling that day, like, I want us to have +1 to intelligence for the rest of the day, or whatever. Anywho. So you got your herbs and spices and molasses and whatnot. We've talked about cooking in the future. Anything else going on before bedtime?
Nothing here.
I guess
Crap, hold on.
hanging out in the inn? Or... No?
There we go. Quick question: if you're using detect thoughts, do the people that you're do they know you're reading their thoughts? It's something that people know you're doing to them, right?
So, A, something weird is going on with your mic, or I can hear somebody else talking? Or maybe...
Yeah, look, it's freaking out. I'm gonna leave again and come back. How about now?
Perfect.
Yeah, before, every time I was talking, it was like I was hearing somebody else. I'm like, what is going on?
Is this just the base detect thoughts spell, or something else?
Yeah, just the basic detect thoughts. Telepathy.
I believe... Well... Okay, I think telepathy is something different, like you can communicate with, but whatever.
Well, it's a telepathic. It's a wisdom based, and for the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast the spell, and as your action or each turn upon the spell, you can focus your mind on any one creature you see within 30 feet. If the creature you choose has an intelligence of 3 or lower and doesn't speak any language, the creature is oh, okay, never mind. That's not.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm reading it now, though. Surface thoughts are... You still spend the spell slot, but there's no DC. If you want to delve deeper,
Okay.
then that's where the DC comes in, and that's where they know if
So,
they pass, they know
if you
your
were to
time.
go to a tavern, let's say, and use your persuasion to lure people into a dice game or a card game, could you then, in fact, asking for a friend, read their thoughts if you're playing cards with them, without them, just surface level, without them being aware that you're, because you're just, see a thing, think a thing. That's kind of how people work.
So yeah, as this is going to be a GM decision, and I'm going to make it a roll. So if you're just learning the surface thoughts, which are probably going to be pretty strongly on what their cards are, what their dice are.
Yeah.
I don't, as a GM, don't know any gambling games that would allow you to use that in the realm of D&D. Justin might, as a DM, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a way to allow you
like
to do this.
Poker, but like Sarissa's not. I'm not a big So
Isn't
I was
there-
just asking.
Isn't there like we could play like a bluff game kind of thing, like a two
Yeah, like you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I roll 2 6s, you roll 2 6s, and then you can ante in more money.
Yeah, and would I be able to use like a persuasion, like use my persuasion as a way of being like, you know, giving off the vibes like I've got good cards. You
Yeah,
know,
right.
I
You would either be using persuasion or deception based on whether or not you're bluffing deception, or persuasion would be you have a strong hand and you're trying to get the person
Yeah.
who you think has a less strong hand.
I would see deception as I'm sitting there and trying to look like, yeah, this is badass versus persuasion. I'm sitting there shit talking the whole time. Oh, how
But
unfortunate for you.
But again, like this is just it's a game purely based on rolls. So if you roll low, you're gonna have to deceive because you're lying.
Yeah, but I'm not necessarily trying to lie to them. I'm just trying to influence their confidence. I'm not trying to deceive them. I'm just trying to influence how they feel about their cards and their ability to go up against me.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily even talking about what my cards are. I'm just talking about, I'm influencing you about the probabilities of you actually having cards that are better than me, because even though it's all up to chance, you know, there is some skill to this game.
Okay.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not making it about trying to deceive you what I have. I'm trying to influence how you feel about your hand and the game in general and this game of chance, and I'm telling you that there is skill, even though you think it's a game of chance. I am challenging that, but you go ahead and think what you want, because I'm okay with making money off of you. I'm just giving you the opportunity to perhaps not lose as much money from me, but whatever you want to do.
So, I'm willing to work with that. I'm open to working with that. Your detect thoughts only last a minute.
Okay, and I'm not saying I'm going to be a dirtbag because I'm a paladin. I was asking.
It's just steal all the money from Fandolin's
I mean,
citizenry.
you could in theory do detect thoughts, but it's a verbal, somatic, and material component, so
Yeah.
you're gonna have to pass a sleight of hand check for nobody to know if you're doing it.
Or since I'm a lady, could I excuse myself to the powder room and then come back like I'm in the zone, nobody talk to me?
And have like 45 seconds left on the spell, probably for like one hand, sure.
Yeah, walk in and just be like, is this person bluffing?
Just saying.
Is this person scared?
Right?
Yeah.
Who's gonna argue with a woman when she also says I have to use the bathroom? I'll be right back. No guy's gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole.
If we're at high, well, it depends on how you've been acting up until then. If you've been acting pretty shady, they might have some suspicions that you're doing something. But
yeah, and I'm not gonna do it. Like I said, I'm a paladin, for God's sake. I was just asking.
yeah, I'm trying to give you the answer as a DM.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to fill this coffee.
Yeah, I need to make some.
My caffeine addiction kills me.
Yeah.
Hey, let's take. I got a pee, so let's take like a minute or two or whatever. I'll be right
I'm
back.
gonna go snort a line of coffee. I'll be right back.
Ugh. That's right. Okay, I remember that one. I remember this. Yeah. Okay. We will return soon to any viewers who are still here very soon.
So I'm using this mug I got. It says, on this day in Tudor history, something bad happened. And it looks like blood dripping down it. Because, like, anytime you look up any Tudor history, it always starts with, oh, on this day in Tudor history, something bad happened. It's this YouTube channel I started watching, and she was all on Tudor history, and she realized that almost daily she'd start it with on this day in Tudor history, and then she'd end up being like, oh, something bad happened, and then it became this running joke, and then she started looking at it. She's like, my God, these people were bloodthirsty assholes.
Who was that, Crunk?
Not Crunk. This YouTuber. She's got a PhD. And she studies specifically the Tudor period. And I almost want to say Philomena Crunk might have even taken some cues from this woman. She has a YouTube channel. I'll try to remember, but she's been doing this for like over 10 years. But she's a really dry person, and it's almost like Philomena took her stuff and made it fucking hilarious, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I dumped into the text channel,
Okay.
Riley,
I think
a
he's
list of
still.
grocery
Yeah,
items for whenever we're in a village with a Piggly Wiggly.
I think he's still in the restroom.
Ah,
Yeah, we gotta get some sticky buns.
Right?
I need more sticky buns.
Yeah, you never know if we get Rio to start cooking for us and we go over it. Maybe we'll get a little +1 and a plus this and a plus that. Some good food.
Oh,
Oh my God, these horns, they just squeeze your brain.
brains.
I was
How the
kind of
hell
sort of
much
listening,
brains
but I was having a discussion about barbecue with my landlord, so I did kind of sort of pause the video feed in case anybody was getting up and blah blah. So, but I heard. So, was there a question for me specifically?
No, I just had that list of commissary items that I dumped
Okay.
into the food channel in this Discord.
Oh yeah, I do. Oh, well
Cool.
the food is for like actual real life food, but that's okay.
Oh,
That's fine.
okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Are those all of the ingredients you were looking to purchase? No.
At some point or other, the tea's a necessity. So's the pepper, the fruit, the beans, the flour.
3 gold for a
Salt.
pound of cloves. I'm assuming that's what weight means, right? Pound?
Yep.
Okay. 2 copper for a pound of dried fruit? Oh, that seems weird.
Yeah, that was from the D&D wiki.
So 2 pounds of wine costs 2 silver. Yeah, probably. That seems.
That's a quart of wine. That's table wine. Nothing fancy.
Okay. All right. So I was reminded while I was away of another gambling game where I believe you roll a D8 to start and you place your bets around the table. You roll a D6 after, place your bets. There's like bluffing involved and maybe like insight to read other people's bluffs and that kind of stuff, and then you roll a D4 to end it. That's
You mean you roll and hide your roll from other people? Because I don't understand how you bluff if you roll and they all see it. Like,
oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, these are all hidden from the other players.
Okay.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. If you're rolling in D&D Beyond, they'll be visible to me, but I also am not looking at D&D Beyond, so I probably won't see it.
And so, second question: if Sarissa is proficient in dice, like, what would that do for her? I've never used anything I'm proficient in.
No idea what proficiency in a dice thing means.
Right.
If you look it up and you find an answer to that, please let me know, because I have no freaking clue.
Yeah.
Like, you're really good at rolling dice.
Right.
And I would assume that for the most part, people that are willing to play dice games against you probably would also have some kind of proficiency in dice, so it might maybe all like even out. But somebody who you coerce to play that doesn't have proficiency, you'd probably get like a, if we go like that whole D8, D6, D4 kind of game route, then, or I mean, whatever dice you want to roll. I'm
Anybody
happy to.
that would play Sarissa is probably going to be drunk first.
So, and right here, this DM says proficiency with your dice sets lets you add your proficiency bonus to checks you might make while playing, and it helps with determining odds, cheating, and mastering the rules of the game being played.
Yeah. So that's if you're just rolling a D20 just to decide whether or not you beat the opponent and you add your proficiency. And they probably don't, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
just like a roll
I-
off, like a.
Yeah, just D20 versus D20, but you have your proficiency, they don't, kind of thing. I'm happy to go along with anything that makes sense. If you guys have ideas for dice games, it could just be a D6 followed by a D6 or D10 followed by like whatever you guys want to do. If that's what you'd like to do tonight before you go to bed, I'll have players join you. If Neil or Rio wants to join, they can too.
Yeah, I think I want to think about it because, like I said, I'm just
Sure.
not good with the kind of games. So like,
And if you come up with a cool game that I am not good enough to come up with, like let me know. I'll entertain things.
I'm a big Yahtzee player. Is there a fantasy Yahtzee?
Wait, remind me, those are actual
What?
regular 6-sided die?
Yeah, and you have 5 of them, and then you can do 1s,
5.
2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. You have flushes, you have
Straights.
straights, a small straight, full house,
Wait.
and then Yahtzee is 5 of the one same kind.
What's a flush on dice?
I don't know. It's like there's 2 of one kind, and then there's 3 of the other. I think that's a full house. There's a small
Yeah,
straight.
3
there's
and
a
2 is a
large
full
straight.
house.
Yeah, and there's
Straights,
something I can't remember off the top of my head.
I haven't played Yahtzee since I was frickin' like a young teenager, I think.
Yeah, we used to play a game called fucking Yahtzee in college. It was awesome.
I played Farkle. I have a Farkle set in my backpack somewhere, but
I've never played that.
it was fun. So no gambling tonight, or do you want to do like some mild gambling,
No,
just to like test the waters?
I'm ready for bed.
Okay. So if everybody else is ready for bed, the town is attacked by a dragon. You can't sleep. Ah. No, you guys get your long rest. Not that I think any of you really needed it.
Spells? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
And morning comes, and it's 6 a.m., 6:30, whatever. Your cloak will be ready, as I said, by like, let's say 8:30, 9, like early, just early morning. Not right away, not as the sun rises, but in the next hour or two. You want to do anything in the morning, or sleep until the cloak is ready, or...
Well, I'm working up the next whistle.
Okay. 1 hour to carve it, and another hour to put some extra little... I was going to say bells and whistles, but that doesn't work for a whistle. Little, like, etchings or fine details, whatever. If you guys just want to say you're milling about town, maybe having breakfast, or we can just say
We'll go
cloak
down
is
and
done.
have breakfast.
All right.
Gotta have food in our stomachs. Gotta have food in our stomachs.
Cloak is done. Second whistle is also done to the standards of Rio.
Oh, we forgot to buy
Cool.
saddlebags for the horses. We got to pick up the horses this morning and grab some saddlebags.
Well, I suppose I'll buy a saddlebag since I can't really carry around my carpetbag or suitcase that I've been carrying around very easily. I'll just put my stuff in the saddlebag on the horse instead of carrying it around. That'll be part of my inventory will be a saddlebag.
So four silver for the saddlebags.
Neil should get a specialized saddle because he's so small. He could put like a platform and a bed and like a couch, and so he's basically got an entire lounge pad up there on the horse.
If he wants to, it'll cost some money. Otherwise, he
No
can just...
thanks. I could just sit on the horse's neck. It's fine.
Got a
Just
hammock.
hold on. I just hold on to the horse's mane, and I just sit there on his neck.
How much do you
Sit
weigh?
between his ears, holding on to his ears.
I weigh 5 pounds.
Fucking seriously?
Yeah.
I would have said like maybe 10 or 12. Okay, okay. You could just like nap on the horse's neck. Like it's not even gonna notice you. It's just like a soft bed for you.
My legs just about they fit perfectly around the horse's neck. Like just like. But I am buying a saddlebag.
Okay, so 4 silver for that. That's probably generous. It's probably more like 6 or whatever, but I don't care. Cool. You visit whomever you commissioned to make the cloak. Let's say it's part of the Lion Shield coster. And the cloak is indeed ready. So someone who is picking it up will need to pay the extra 2 gold. Because it was 2 to start it, 2 to end it.
I'll go pick it up.
And whoever did pay that, I hope you only did the 2 gold from your inventory in the beginning. And
I subtracted 2 gold from mine.
I just want to make sure you didn't like pay 4 and now you're paying an extra 2 that you don't. Yes, okay, cool.
No.
All right. What is my son? Okay. Anyway. Cool.
I'll stuff the cloak in with the blue bubbly vial in my bag.
And we are on our way. Now that you know what the blue bubbly vial does, are we still on our way to Butterskull Ranch today, or to the Tower of Storms to the shipwrecks?
Let's just go. We already decided to Butterskull, so let's just go.
Yeah, we thought we would take an extended journey out the Triboar Trail.
And we said that the horses were double speed or triple speed for walking.
I think we said triple speed.
I think we did too. Okay. So, I did say it was about 40 miles. And we said like 15 minutes per mile. But it's actually like 5 minutes per mile, so 200 minutes. Am I doing that math wrong? 40 times 5 is 200. Right? Yeah. So 3 hours and 20 minutes.
For 40 miles?
Right, so if horse is triple walking speed and walking speed is 15 minutes per mile.
That's 4 miles per hour. That's 10 hours.
So okay, but no, okay. So walking speed is 15 minutes per mile, but horse speed is 5 minutes per mile because it's
15 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, if you're like walking with armor and shit on, then yeah, it's gonna be a slower.
So 5 goes in. It goes in 12 times, so that's 12 miles an hour. So 3.5 hours. If we're doing it that way.
Sounds right. Like 3 hours and 20 minutes. So close enough. On your, I don't actually have random encounters set up, so it's a good thing I rolled a 13 because nothing would happen. Fine. That's just in my head. You guys do, as you are traveling, getting close to Coneyberry, you see the ruins of Coneyberry probably like 3 hours in, roughly noon. So like the sun is very high in the sky, almost like the midpoint. You do see the ruins of Coneyberry approaching like in your vision. You also see that shrine that was talked about to your right, to the south, in the hills.
If I'm looking at the Sword Coast, this is going to be east of Neverwinter along the long road?
So, no. Neverwinter has a river that runs to the east from it and kind of has a couple like S curves.
Yes.
But it runs through Neverwinter Wood, and you guys are like entirely to the south, and you don't enter the woods at all. The Triboar Trail is
between the Sword Mountains and Neverwinter Wood, that little pass that goes in between over to Triboar.
Yes. And then when you're approaching Coneyberry, the ruins of the city of Coneyberry, you do also see the shrine to your south, to the like in the hills a bit. Not a lot into the hills, but in there a bit.
Oh, this fucking thing, man.
Does the shrine look sort of abandoned? I mean, Coneyberry said was abandoned, right, or a ruin.
Yes,
the
Coneyberry
shrine
has
look-
been abandoned.
Does the shrine look similarly in ruins?
I give up on this fucking map.
Yeah, like, just, if you find a map of the Sword Coast in general, that you should have an idea, I guess. But otherwise, you can just what I'm describing doesn't involve anything that you need to know in the future. It's not like
Yeah. Coneyberry doesn't, or none of this even shows up on the Sword Coast map that I'm looking
Yeah.
at.
It's not necessarily supposed to,
Okay.
because these are like things you're supposed to fill in as you get to them.
Okay.
So you don't get any like spoilers, I guess. I don't know why, but
So if we were to go between Neverwinter Woods and the Sword Mountains and that clear spot, are we making it over to Triboar City? Are we south of Triboar
No.
City? Are we north?
I don't see Triboar anywhere on my map, so it plays no role at all. Unless, of course, you guys want to stray from the campaign and like explore shit that I have to make up.
Triboar,
Yeah.
Boars with 3 heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the official Sword Coast map, and it's like
Yeah, I get
there,
you.
and I'm like,
The Sword
I
Coast
don't
is
see-
gigantic. It probably has multiple campaigns built into it. I only know this one.
I don't understand why they wouldn't incorporate some of this stuff onto their official maps. You have like a general idea.
I think again to just like not spoil anything.
Yeah.
Cause
Well, that's why I'm asking. Is I'm trying to figure out if Oh fuck me! I hate these touch screens. I
Yeah.
seriously do.
Oh my god, I've
Um,
never gotten a touchscreen. I think I would hate them.
Oh, it's
Fro-
the worst. So
from
it's like, yeah, you can't see that, so never mind.
from the
I'm just trying to figure
trail.
out where we're at.
From the trail, you are south of the Neverwinter Wood. You're probably like the southeast corner of the entirety of the Neverwinter Woods,
Okay.
but like not in the hills at your current time. But the shrine
Okay.
is at the foot of the hills.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
To
I have
like
a
the
general idea
south.
of where we are.
Yeah. You do see that it does look kind of ruined. But that's about them. Even with a really good perception roll, it's about the most you can pick up from the trail that you're walking along.
Right. So, but there's no people coming and going from the
Oh,
temple.
no.
Okay.
Good question, but no, yeah.
Hey, let's go check that temple out. Maybe there's something cool there, or maybe there's like I don't know, a monument or something. Might be like a historical marker.
Yes. Hold on. I just took a picture of where I picture we are. Sounds excellent, Neil. We should do that.
Do I have a? I think I have a map of this. Do I have a map of this place? I thought I did. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool.
I just sent a screen, or I took a picture of where I'm envisioning we are.
Are y'all making your way to the shrine, or through the ruins of Coneyberry onward to Butterskull? Like, what are we doing here?
Look out the shrine, like Neil
Okay.
said.
Yeah.
So it's roughly
So-
noon, and you stray from the Triboar Trail to the south a bit, probably actually a lot.
Do we hear anything? Like, are there birds singing? Does it sound normal? Does it sound like the insects and stuff are extra quiet? Is there a sense of foreboding?
Good question. As far as you can hear,
I like that last one.
but it depends on how close you're getting when you're asking this question, I suppose. Because everything
Let's say
sounds
we're
like
just-
normal nature sounds
Yeah.
until when you're approaching the shrine. I will show you the map of it, and you can decide how close you get while you want to be sneaky or whatever skis. So here's the map,
Okay.
and then I will place your tokens around to kind of Okay, so your token's gonna be outside the map if that works. Yeah, okay, it works. Cool. And then Neil, you're probably gonna have to resize yourself by a little bit.
I don't even see it. Are we heading up from the south or the?
You're in the north, so you guys are off the map. You do see the new map,
okay.
right?
Oh yes. Okay.
You see your tokens now?
Yeah.
Cool.
So, what are we picking up? So,
What?
I'm talking Magic Sky Daddy. Now that we've gotten closer, do I have a general sense of foreboding? Is it extra quiet?
This map you shared is
skeletons.
A lot more zoomed out. Cool. Okay. One more thing, as they say in the Jackie Chan Adventures, which is an animated series that's beautiful. As you are kind of like walking through the... It's not really a forest, but it kind of makes it look like it is in this map. But as you're walking south from the Triboar Trail through some trees here and there, you come across, and I'm gonna again just use a regular token that's a gal that was supposed to play but didn't. You come across a 4-legged, kind of like deer legs. Don't pay attention to the token, but she's deer-legged woman who is standing like behind a tree, like behind in the sense that the shrine is to the south of you, so she's hiding from the shrine. She's hiding from this area for whatever reason. And she has heard you approach. And she sees you and you see her. And as you get closer and closer to the shrine, since nobody said anything so far, she kind of like puts a hand up to her lips.
And so Sarissa will nod, and I'll do the "we'll be quiet, we're coming over to you" motion.
She does her hand like the little nodding motion with her hand.
Sarissa nods back, and we'll move painfully slow.
She looks at Neil like she cocks her head at the hand motions Neil was just making.
So Sarissa will look at her and be like...
She goes like really, really pronounced nodding and...
Yeah, and since she's a she, I'll do the universal female system signal for men. What can you do?
She gives a really exaggerated shrug, like,
yeah,
I know what you're saying. So, okay, so let me reposition some things here. So, you guys are like here. She has
deer legs.
Yeah.
She has the legs. She has like a deer below her like almost like a satyr. Like she has a deer lower half, or
not
like
bipedal.
Yeah. Is she a satyr? Or is she more like a centaur? You know, with the whole body.
So she's quadruped, so 4 deer legs, kind of mostly like a deer body, and like so the torso is more humanoid.
So she's more like a centaur than a satyr.
There's another word for it that's not centaur. I wanted to say fawn, people? But that's wrong, I think.
Yeah, what are the horse people called?
The centaur is correct for that, but she's not that, because it's not a horse, it's a deer.
Well, ergo my comment, she's like a centaur in her build, but she's a deer.
And there's a word for that specific, like, Greek species in the pantheon of weird Greek creatures, but I can't remember what it is. But fawn's not the right word, because fawn is like for actual deer.
Fawns are 2-legged, and satyrs are 2-legged.
Satyrs are 2-legged. Fawns aren't 2-legged, are they?
Yeah, they are.
But yeah, so the lower body of a deer, torso from like where the deer neck would come from, and upper body of a human woman.
Is she wearing clothes on her top half?
This is a decision I made. Like, this is all made up. This is all brand. This is not in the book. I'm just making this up as a companion for this fight. Or not fight. There's no fight. What are you talking about? Fuck, I thought it was Fawn.
Does she have mammary glands that are more like a human or more like a deer?
She's clothed. You do see the boobies under the clothes.
Okay.
But she's clothed. Up there.
Wow. I mean, wow.
And Cerisa's gonna be like.
So control. You guys have had hand motions so far with this. I'm gonna call her a fawn. It's probably not right, but
A fawn is a Roman half goat, half human, which is the same thing as a satyr, basically, which is the Greek word for it. This used to be my thing. So fawn is Roman, satyr is Greek, but they're kind of half goat, half people, and they only have two. They're bipedal. 99.9% sure.
I could have fucking. Wait, whatever. Even if it's wrong, there's nobody who's watching these videos that's gonna correct me. So,
yeah.
Fawn it is. If you find the better word that's more accurate, please let me know, because I am curious as well. But you guys are like, control your tokens, please. You guys are currently at this distance, exchanging hand talking, hand directions, hand signals. There's the word, signals. Yeah, if you guys want to get closer and actually have a conversation with her in words, you can do that.
Elaphocentaurs.
What?
The centaur is a half human, half horse.
Yeah.
Elaphocentaur is half human, half deer. They all fall underneath the centaur umbrella. I don't make up these rules.
Elapos? What is it?
Elapho centaur. It's all like Greek, Latin and Greek, you know. So Elaphocentaur, it's considered a centaur, but it's half human, half deer.
So, World of Warcraft, which is not the source I should be using probably for this information, but there's like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Fine. I'm still calling it a fawn because it makes more sense to me in my head, but that's fine.
It just has to do with the Greek and the Latin roots.
Yeah. Are the three of you advancing toward the female form thing together?
Yes, stealthily.
Or
I am
is
stealthily.
Neil doing it alone? Because I would like you to control your tokens and move. If you wanted, like, say, hey, Neil is moving for us, then Neil can, like, grab all of you in one and move together. But if you guys are approaching together, I'm just like, yeah. So she says in a hush, This shrine was once a place of worship for Savras, which is a god of divination and fate. But it has been, from my scouting, it has been taken over by orcs, which is why I am hiding. I cannot take them alone. But
do you worship Savras?
No. I just want the natural order of things to be put back in place, and these orcs have their place, and this is not their place.
Yes, I agree. But normally this is just an abandoned temple. There's no worshippers here.
No, From my knowledge, it is not abandoned because people stopped praying to Savras. It is abandoned because the orcs attacked, and there was no defense against them.
How many orcs do you think are in there that patrol this particular temple?
From my scouting, I have seen 4 orcs and 2 ogres.
Okay.
They have, as far as I know, not seen me.
Excellent.
What are your inclinations at this point? Do you want to help me rid this shrine of the threat of the orcs and ogres, or?
Sarissa cuts her off and says, "Most definitely, your god should be respected." And then mumbles, "Not that your god is quite as good as my god, but oh right.
Again,
I'm for gods."
Again, not my god.
The what?
It's not my god.
Oh, so she's just trying to do it out of a general respect for the order of things. Okay, so Sarissa would totally be down for that. Like,
yeah,
somebody's worship's area needs to be respected, period.
Exactly. I respect everyone to have their own gods and religions, even though mine is probably the correct one. I just want to make sure everybody can live in harmony, and the orcs and ogres, they do not respect that harmony. If they want to worship whatever gods of destruction they have, so be it, but it should not lead to the destruction of the temples and shrines of other gods. Because where does it stop?
Sarissa agrees with that wholeheartedly. Hold on, she does the let me think.
What are the three of you good at? How can we harmonize our skills to take out this threat? I'm good at nature magic and some healing.
You say there are 2 ogres and 4 orcs, right?
As far as I can see, yes.
Oh.
And I've been here for a while now. A couple days. I think that I'm accurate in that scouting.
So, hold on.
Holding.
I'm just checking his spell real quick.
May I ask your name, lady?
Oh shit. Faunem.
Faunem. Yes, well, Faunem. After we clear the temple, do you mind if I sing about you in a song? Can I include you in a heroic song that I will write and sing about this day?
It depends. Are you a good singer?
Oh, I like to think so.
She looks to Rio and Sarissa to acknowledge whether or not that's true.
Sarissa's and then gives the men. No, I give a thumbs up. He's good.
So
Neil bows and takes a bow, and
she looks to Rio to make sure that that's also backed up by the elven hunter.
What's
elven
her
ranger,
name
sorry.
Again?
Faunem. Faunem. I'm just saying.
Faunem.
So she looks to Rio to make sure that he backs up the claim that Neil made that he's a good singer/performer.
I just nod my head.
Then your compatriots say that yes, you are a good performer, and although I do not want credit or fame, if you want to sing of me and us this day taking back this shrine, I am happy to have such a tale told and spread.
Yes, I will only say good things about you, unless of course you're gonna double cross us.
Speak the truth.
Wait a minute. Are you on the side of the orcs? Maybe she's on the side of the orcs.
No.
It's a trap.
No, Neil, I think we're all right here.
She just stares at Neil.
I'm gonna make an insight check against this Faunem.
Sure. Give me that.
22.
She is on the up and up. She does not like the orcs. She's not with them, yo.
Very, very good, very good. Yes, then yes, yes, your name will only be sung in association with the great deeds and the great works that we will do here today.
Good.
Let's see.
So, I ask again, what are the three of you good at? And how can we, knowing that I am good at nature magic and healing, what are the three of you good at that we can like strategize against these orcs and ogres? And do that while I go pee. I'll be like 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, I have this cool magic that I do called Fairy Fire, and it's special effects, and I can if I can get enough of the orcs and ogres in a square, then I can hit them all or most of them, and then we'll have advantage on attacking them. And then I can also, but that takes concentration. It takes a lot of concentration. So then I have this sling, and I can shoot sling bullets from far away.
And while Neil's rattling on, Sarissa is sharpening her sword and, pulling her bags off very quietly and putting her hair back in a ponytail so it can't get grabbed.
Well, if Faunem has nature magic, magic, what kind of nature magic? Maybe she's a druid.
Yeah, we should ask her if she's a druid, and if so, which circle she belongs to, or if it's just true nature magic.
Yeah, because if she could, if she could entangle some people, or any other sort of, crowd control type magic.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
I heard everything you said. Are you asking anything specifically to Faunem?
yeah. What does your magic do? How can you help? Can you control them? Can you make it so that we only have to fight two at a time?
As far as the numbers we need to fight at any one point in time, that could matter. That could depend on our strategy and how we lure some to one area while we fight in another. She looks kind of toward the ranger, and you seem to be of a similar. I don't have skill really with a bow and arrow, but you seem to be like one with the world, one with the soil and the earth and the trees.
Well, I try.
I like your accent. Where are you from?
This little place called Graceland in Elvinsippi.
Oh man, that's beautiful. I think I would like to travel to this Graceland in Elvinsippi.
Yep, the barbecue venison's real good.
You barbecue deer?
It's a non-sentient species.
To you?
I only call the herd
Oh.
of those leaving room for does to have new offspring.
I'm just going to ignore that because I think we're on the same page aside from the murder of innocent deer. But, yes, I think I heard you talking. I can create, like, vine traps for those who are on foot trying to walk through them, and I can
Yes.
I can like create clouds of fog so they can't see to us. Maybe they get lost. And I can attack one at a time with like bolts of forest magic, which also have this like healing effect to a nearby ally of mine. I designate the ally. And I can also, only once, call down lightning from the sky in a pretty large area, not gigantic, but a large area that can like bring down bolts of lightning at my enemies and ignore my allies.
So amazing, Faunem.
Thank you.
I think you should do the vines.
Are
the
you?
lightning, but not the fog.
You seem... For some reason, you seem familiar, Winged One. Are you from a particular different realm?
Realm? I'm from another plane. I'm from the Feywild. Plane of the Feywild. The fairies are my kin.
That explains it. I felt that from you. I have family that's traveled there.
You do? Do you know how to get back?
Not a clue.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
afraid by the time I get back, 200 years will pass. I don't know.
that realm was very tricky time-wise that way. Are we ready? Do you want to, pardon the parlance here, fuck some orcs up?
Yep, we can go mess them up, mess with their heads.
Wonderful.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't try to limit one or two out of the temple at a time.
That
So
sounds
we can
great.
take them on one by one.
That sounds fantastic. Do you have a way to do that?
Unfortunately, no. I am a bit
Oh.
of a tank. I just kill things. I don't have a lot of magical abilities to prevent the things I'm going to kill from coming at me.
In the future, if you want to suggest a strategy, you should probably suggest like a way to enact that strategy.
Well, with your vine magic, I was thinking you could restrain a few of them and hold them back.
My vine magic is a little bit versatile. Like I could create terrain that was very, very hard to pass through. Or I could... You can kind of see that there are some openings in this structure. I could, like, completely block off one opening so they could only go through another one. Unless they want to spend time hacking through that, the vines of that one opening.
That might be a good idea, to limit their means of egress from the building.
Well,
Okay.
If we put the vines right in front of us,
Huh?
and we stand in a door, and it's in a doorway, then they have to come through it in order to get at us, which will slow them down.
Yeah.
And
Unless they have bows and crossbows.
That's true.
Yeah. So, I have my scouting information I've given to you. I know there are 4 orcs. I don't know where they are at any one moment. And I know there are 2 ogres. I don't know where they are at any one moment. Would you like me to scout their positions like in more immediate time? Or is one of you better at that than I am? Because I'm stealthy.
Yes. I am most definitely not the stealthy one in this group.
Yeah, I could hear you clinking a ways away, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of my strong suit.
Oh, good. Would you like to scout like where the positions of the orcs and ogres are at this time? So we can strategize upon that information?
Yep.
Okay. So how would you like to go about doing that, Rio? Are you going to stay in the tree line? Or you want to make your approach closer to the ruins of the shrine?
Tree line.
Okay. Then the stealth check is a lower DC. So give me that stealth roll, and then also give me a perception roll, please.
And while he's doing that, I have a question, because I have divine sense where I can detect good and evil. Does that help you nail it down to exactly where things are? Or is it more you have a general sense, there's good this direction, there's bad that direction?
You might want to read that further, because I believe that when it describes evil, it's like aberrations, demons.
Affected, hollow, celestial, fiend, and dead is not behind. See, because there was a period, so I'm like, is it only for those things? Or
it lists the things you can see with it.
Okay, because that's not how I read it, but I wasn't sure.
So your stealth check of 18.
Yeah.
I rolled a fucking nat 1, and then a 3, and then...
And now you'd like a perception.
Yes, please. So you are stealthy as shit through these trees. No problem not being noticed. Oh, God. Read out your perception check for the group, please.
23.
Beautiful. Okay. So, I do not have tokens for the ogres because I was not aware there were ogres in this scene. Okay, so you see, I'm gonna add tokens to the screen. They're not super duper visible, but bear with me. I will try to so there's an orc here that you see.
I'll get you an ogre token.
What?
I'll get you an ogre token.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I need 2 of them. They're gonna be on the outside mostly. There's gonna be an orc here, so I'll circle that with my little icon on the screen here, my little whatever. I mean, I could use Gravedigger's token for an ogre because he's super fucking tall, but whatever. If you make one, make 2 of them. So that's 2 orcs on the screen that you know where they are. They're so far, according to your scouting, not moving. With that perception roll, you actually even notice the orc here, who's at this very thin opening. But you notice it's kind of peeking a little bit around the edge of this stone wall that has been crumbled or attacked or whatever. Neil, do you have the ogre tokens on the map yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just a minute.
I mean, again, don't stress yourself. I can just use a
There's
GD.
no stress. It'll be just one.
Okay. My dad apparently hurt his back, so I guess my parents will be home when I visit them this week, tomorrow.
While he's doing that, Sarissa's gonna fire up her shield of faith around herself.
How do your tokens not have a ring around them?
Oh, they just have they have transparent backgrounds, so.
Well, fuck, I would love to do that. That's awesome. Maybe I should learn more about Hellbaron. Okay. The ogres are gonna be Rio. You do notice, and again, these are things you can, or if you want to or not want to share with the group. You do notice that the orcs are trying to stay kinda hidden behind obstacles and walls and stuff. The ones you can see 3 orcs. You can see both ogres, and the ogres are just kind of patrolling in a counterclockwise fashion around this inner plus shaped building structure thing.
Oh,
But you
good.
make it back
I
to the group
love
with that info.
predictable targets.
So you make it back to the group with that info, and what would you like to do after that?
Were they speaking any language, Rio? Were they speaking common, or did you hear them talking, or
They're talking orc, which fortunately I understand.
ooh,
Nothing consequential.
Just expressing boredom. Why are we here?
the ogres? The ogres they probably don't even talk. Yeah. So how do we trick them to leave the tower, and then we can just fight one on one, or how do we use the doorway over here to our advantage? There's like this there's this tiny little doorway here that could be used, or down here.
And by the way, even if you see the ogres on the map and the orcs on the map, they might not be in that same spot when you, because patrolling or whatever they want to do.
Right. Create a distraction, and then get them to leave the fort, and then we can hit them.
Are any of you able to silence at all?
No.
Don't have that as a skill specifically, just being stealthy.
So you can't like silence an area so that a cry of alarm like will not pass through that area?
Nope.
So if one of them is able to if one of them is able to cry out an alarm to their brethren, they will all hear it, and they will all come running toward that sound of alarm. But
what I could do is I could very slowly move down, and I could use my thaumaturgy and I could cast it once for tremors, and I could cast it a second time, so I may yell at them to attract them all in one place, to go one direction, if we wanted to distract them.
I wonder if we could somehow... I like that idea. If we could somehow lure one of them in a way that they don't think they're under attack, but maybe they found a prey animal that they could eat with their brethren. So they're just like, oh hey, I don't need to cry the alarm. I found a deer that, and then she crosses herself, which is probably the wrong thing that Faunem would do. But a deer, because
if you were willing to, perhaps we could go down there and have you lie down lower out of the brush, and I could amplify the sound so said ogre would think that you were something delicious and snack-worthy.
I did not intend myself to be the bait, but I can do you one better. Is this what you want to do? Do you want to draw one of them or two of them out at the prospect of food, fresh meat? Because I can have two deer appear anywhere I want. Well, within a range, obviously, but...
Real deer?
Sorry, what?
Real deer?
No, but they will seem real.
Illusions. Oh.
No, they will not be illusions. They will be summoned, in a sense. They will appear to be real deer, but they will technically be fake creatures.
So, Sarissa's
As long as
gonna
they don't get hurt.
Sarissa's gonna point to the southeast and be like, did you see where I'm circling? Like,
Oh no.
but because
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, because Sarissa is not super stealthy. What Sarissa is gonna suggest, so we don't take forever doing this, is I'm gonna suggest for me that I would start to slowly make my way this way and then down to get in position down here to do this thing. Because if I start clumping anywhere through here, they're going to hear me. But if I go slowly roundabout while you guys finish, you see what I'm saying? So I can get down there and get positioned because I am not stealthy. So it's going to take me a hot minute.
Okay. Can you... Okay.
I would do the same. And I agree that we should do this on the right side. The right side has the best. If Rio described to me, what the perimeter of the temple looks like, looks like our best advantage is on the right side, where there are very small gaps.
Yeah.
Rio...
They've got limited line of sight. There's a lot more trees there that there's only one. Yeah.
So hold on, please hold on. The person playing Rio has not told me what information he has given to the rest of the group. So if the person playing Rio...
They're talking in Orc and that they're talking of inconsequential matters.
Okay.
That they are predictable in their schedule.
How about the layout of this structure, ruined walls? Unless the rest of you want to also go around the perimeter, just looking at the ruins on your own.
That's a good point. I should pass that on.
Okay. So if you would like to do that, you have done it. So yes, the group would know that the western wall is almost completely demolished. The northern wall is pretty freaking structurally sound, except for that middle of the wall, and then that one little western thing. And whatever you see on the map is what Rio shared with you. If you had asked Faunem, she also probably would have given you that information. But
yeah, it's my feeling that they'll be watching the big breaks and not the small ones. Can't guarantee it, but they're much more likely to be watching where the big gaps are.
So what would you like to do?
Magic user types?
My use of magic is extremely limited. Doesn't extend to illusion.
So now that we have the layout, do we want to move to the southeast to do have the illusions? And it seems to be the most constrained point of egress for them, and if we play it right, we might only have to deal with one at a time.
Well, if those deer wander in on the west, where I think orcs are going to be more likely to be looking, it's more likely to draw their attention, so that we could sneak in from the southeast. There's a sentry at the east break, but nothing at the southeast.
Okay.
The sentry at the south has his vision obscured by the round tent.
Okay. Yes, that makes sense. And I'm going to assume Rio's scratching it into the ground, into the dirt. so we can picture what he's talking about?
Sure.
Good
However,
idea.
yeah, however he wants to. Yeah,
How
give it
tall
to
So-
are
him.
the- how
And
tall are
table
the
it.
walls?
So he's
Um,
talking sneak in right here.
All of the walls are tall enough, like 15 feet at least.
Okay.
At least, or yeah,
Um,
approximately?
I guess it depends on what you're asking about. I'll be more descriptive if you want to give me like why you're asking.
I'm
Trying to
I'm
fly?
just wondering if I can fly up to the top of the wall.
Yeah, of
with
course,
my-
yeah,
With my fly speed
definitely, yeah,
of 30.
definitely.
Interesting.
Sorry, I'm getting together some weapon combos for these guys.
So what is going on?
I don't know.
So we're going down.
We're gathering. We're gathering on the east side.
The southeast.
Right. Rio told us that this little southeast break right
Okay.
here seemed undefended at the time, at least.
Okay.
So we're gonna gather in the woods directly east of that break. But Rio did suggest that that the deer, as the distraction, be placed on the west side, the far west side, so that
Yeah.
that would draw them over to the west side, leaving the east side even more undefended, that we could sneak in.
That makes sense. So, and how far can Faunem, can she make these appear?
Far enough that I am safe. I can hide. But not like
So,
60
my
feet,
question
whatever.
would be, will you be on
100
the
feet.
southeast side with us, or will you have to be on the west side to make the deer appear?
I will have to be on the west side to make the deer appear on the west side, but I could be like very northwest or very southwest.
I would suggest while you're over there, if you make the deer appear over there, it's extremely hard to say without your R's,
Uh-huh.
that perhaps if any one of the orcs or ogres wander into the woods, that you perhaps detain him, slow him down,
With
if
my
it seems appropriate.
with my like entangling vines thing.
Yes, if it's,
It's
you know,
the stronger an opponent is, the harder it is to keep them entangled.
is it then possible for you to do your deer, but to lure them perhaps on a small chase, not a huge
Oh.
chase, but just enough that they're hungry and you
I
do look
could.
wounded, and they will be extremely enticed to follow you and
That's-
not pay attention.
That's a lovely idea. I could, as long as, let's say 2 of them, maybe an ogre and an orc, like, go after 1 deer each. I could have the deer. I could give them instructions to like go deeper into the forest by a little bit, but like
Hmm?
enough that they still want to give chase.
Exactly, because
Hmm.
not much of the time I've noticed the bold are not always endowed with the intelligence required.
That's a lovely idea. I like you. You're devious. As is your
No, I'm just very firm in my belief that temples must be respected.
Okay, I don't know how that gave you the brilliant idea for this deer scheme, but it did. So, congratulations to your protection of shrines, I suppose.
Yes, I'll go to any length to protect another's temple.
Are you bad at taking compliments?
Extremely.
Okay, that explains it.
I
Okay.
don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a tiefling. I am not used to being accepted
what?
and or complimented.
A
Don't worry about it. I am fully on board with God. I am
I
of a
love
good
tea.
nature. And, yes.
What kind of tea?
And if with that, Sarissa kind of keeps her tail tucked up under her cloak.
Oh. Okay. I thought we could... Okay. So you want me to create the deer distraction in the west, and then come around through the woods to you?
If you can keep your illusion going, or your summons going, yes.
As long as they are summoned and they have their instructions, they will remain doing what they've been instructed to do. But I can go wherever I want.
Perfect. Yes, and then if you'd like to come around to the southeast to help us out.
Southeast. Okay. Okay, so
Sarissa will be scratching all this on top of Rio's dirt drawing, so that Faunem knows exactly where we're talking about.
I have almost no faith that will make anything more understandable with all these scratches in the ground, but Faunem understands what you want from her.
Yeah. It's basically you draw a square, and I'll say the deer go here, and then you come around here.
Is there a signal that like I should do my thing, or should I do my thing first and then you're gonna respond when my thing?
You do yours first.
How will you know my thing has the desired effect?
Are you able to do a bird call?
I can.
I'm just gonna pretend yes, yeah. Based on the various cantrips available to druids and
once
whatever.
you've done the deer, I would like you to go caw caw.
Oh, I can do that. I can do that without a spell.
No, so Sarissa's just gonna tell her to do some sort of, like a hoot owl or some native bird sound.
I'll do an owl.
Excellent.
Woo.
Except for it is day. But then again, orcs and ogres are not that smart. I doubt they would realize that an owl probably wouldn't be making noise during the day.
They're not. You have a good point there. Okay.
So, yeah. Plan of action.
She is going to move. She doesn't know timing. You haven't said like, hey, wait until a certain point in time. So you have until she moves into place to move yourselves into whatever place you would be in for this to start.
Where's Rio?
Rio's still in the north. Not controlling his token as far as I know.
I'm looking for my token.
You're in the black north.
I'll grab you.
There you go.
You want me to move you down?
Yep.
Okay, I got you spinning.
My tummy is growling something fierce, but I feel fine,
So
whatever.
Thank you.
No.
Can we say real quick that she's gonna set the two deer off, and we've set up one signal for it's working for both of them, one signal for it's working for one of them, and another signal for fuck this, it didn't work at all.
Okay, what would you like each signal to be? Like a single owl hoot versus a double owl hoot versus a triple owl hoot?
I think a single owl hoot means one of them fell for it. A double owl hoot means they both fell for it. And 3 hoots means shit, nobody fell for it.
Okay.
So potentially we have 3 orcs and or ogres heading our direction.
Yeah.
On the lookout.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So pay 0 attention, please, to the map and where certain yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna roll for it, but
Okay. I'm gonna use the ladies' room real quick.
Okay. I can pee, so I'll be right back. But we will figure this shit out very soon. I hope nobody listening to this is upset by the very mild sounds, I hope, that are coming from my eating, but she'll be back. And she's back.
Hold on, this thing's giving me the unstable internet connection.
You seem fine right now.
Yeah, but for you guys, I can't see anything, and it's being weird. Hold on.
I do apologize for all this the loud sniffling sounds I'm making.
Well, I guess it'll come back up when it comes back up. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We're at 5 by 5.
Sweet. Yeah, it's like my thing. It just, all it says is unstable internet connection. I can't see you guys or anything.
Well,
I don't know why
that's...
it does that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Welcome to 1990s infrastructure, right?
Well, let me ask you, how does your router connect to the internet? Is it Wi-Fi or
No, I'm hardwired in.
you're hardwired in? Is it DSL?
Yep. It's what it is they explained it to me. Where I'm at is like at the end of the node or something like that, and it's incredibly old in this area, and like everybody in this like people are still using dishes and stuff and literally using 1990s infrastructure. So Xfinity apparently needs to run some new wires and stuff, and so they've kind of just jerry-rigged me into the source. Like they ran a temporary cable, but I guess they need to redo the whole thing. Like there's water problems and all kinds of stuff.
And you pay your bill to Xfinity Comcast?
Yep.
Then it's not DSL, it's
Cable.
cable or fiber.
Yeah.
Fiber is the one.
You have fiber? Already?
I supposedly, see, what they told me is this whole area was cable, right? It was 1990s, the way people used to get it. And then what they told me is supposedly they ran a temporary new line that was the upgraded. I thought it was DSL, but maybe it is fiber. It's one of the newer ones, supposedly.
That'd be fiber.
Yeah, but I don't believe them. I think it's just a newer cable because this whole area, like I said, is archaic. In fact, when I first moved here, they said, "Oh yeah, we'll hook up your internet, no problem." And remember, Riley, it took 2 or 3 weeks for me to actually get internet because there was nothing ran to this house, and so it's just this archaic, falling apart infrastructure. Even though I have anyway, and so they keep swearing they're going to update it. I'm like, I pay my bill every month on time. When is this going to happen? Oh yes, Miss Wills, we're going to get to it.
Yeah. Fiber is supposed to be fantastic.
Because if it was DSL, there's an easy fix, but you're on cable or fiber.
Yeah.
And there isn't.
Yeah, it has to do. This guy, the technician, went into this. The guy that came out to the house went into this long spiel about where I am on the node and the age of the system and everything. And he said the people you call are going to tell you X, Y, and Z, but let me tell you, this is crap.
You know what's funny is I have D6s, and they have a line under the 6 to show it's a 6.
Mm-hmm.
But they're D6s. So they cannot be 9s.
They probably use a standard, the thing
maybe.
that they print it with. It has a line under the 6 or a dot, and they probably use a standard one, so you're always going to get that line.
The catering company I work for, Moe's Southwest Grill, they will occasionally have like a line that says cheese. And the note right underneath where it says cheese is the note cheese. And we were making fun of that recently, like, oh, hey, if you didn't know this was cheese, this note says it's cheese. So make sure that you use cheese, because anyway.
You got to remember, for every note like that, like, warning, the coffee is hot. You have to remember that there's some dumbass who's done something ridiculous.
I heard about a lawsuit against a hotel chain where somebody burned they had their testicles and or penis burned by the water from a shower head, and they sued the freaking hotel for. Oh, did you test the water temperature with your fucking testicles, man?
So legally, for commercial purposes, I want to say 105 or 110 degrees, which is not enough to give you a first-degree burn. So if it's set above that, they have a right to sue you. But then when you set it like that, that means the people that like really hot showers can't get a really hot shower, so they're going to complain.
It's like, why? How are you testing? Unless you're claiming the water spiked from like 100 degrees to all of a sudden 180 or something like that.
Yeah.
Which.
He burned his junk like he was testing the water. Yeah. Like he was like, let me see how hot this water is.
In theory, yes, he burned his testicles and or penis in this hot water.
Yeah, there was something nefarious going on
there.
The
comedy morning show I was listening to said, like, did you test the water with your junk? Like, why?
Yeah, right?
Anyway, is everybody in the positions they think they would be given the current plan? With Faunem over in the west, about to summon some deer. Rio.
I'm as close as I can get to cover.
Yeah. Does anybody want to be close enough where it actually should warrant a stealth roll? Or do you want to be deeper into the trees like Sarissa and Neil?
Oh, I'm at the same depth from the tree line as they are.
True. You're also closer in general to the actual structures.
Yeah, I suggest that they walk through the tree line and walk through the trees to get to where I am. Trying to do the measurement thing and the...
So Rio...
The measurement is too fine for me to read. Let me zoom in some.
I think it's like 25 feet, 30 feet. It's not more than a normal walking distance from what I saw. So Rio has suggested that the two of you join him where he is, and the two of you do seem to be joining
Yes.
him.
I accidentally moved you, Sarissa. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes. We would definitely join him there if we can.
This
get
is
there
it.
Without any risk of being detected. Then yes.
This is it, babies.
Yeah, it's 30 feet from where I am to the middle of this, middle of the opening at southwest.
Cool. Doesn't matter.
South-
Doesn't matter
south-
anymore. Faunem is the leader, and she did not get a signal from any of you to start her thing, so she thinks that she is the starter of it. So where you are is where we're going, baby. So she does indeed summon these horse icons. They're going to be the deer that she summons, and they're going to be seen to walk like out of the foliage, out of the you can't see any of this, but whatever. The ogre that I did roll for the placement of the ogres because they are patrolling around here. The orcs were stationary as far as Faunem and Rio could see. I did roll, and the ogres were at 9 o'clock, and the other one was at 2 o'clock. But I was just ruling that they're kind of like staying as much as they can, like opposite of each other around this circle that I've created. So there is indeed an ogre in the west here that goes after. You can actually give me a perception check, Rio, Sarissa, and Neil, please.
Perception.
Yep. And I
only got a 9.
I don't know what language ogres speak.
Orc, I think.
Probably. Neil,
I think
Rio,
they speak.
perception.
No, ogres are giants. So wouldn't they speak like common and giant?
Do
Well,
any of
that's
you
what the
speak?
Giant too.
Do any of you speak giant, orc, or anything you might think that ogres might speak? Or orcs?
Both of those.
Okay. So, did anybody roll a perception check higher than 15?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Neil. I never heard what number you rolled, so.
16.
Okay. So Neil seems to be the only one that would have heard the ogre across the ways to the west. Ah! Hell, I don't like him! You don't speak orc or ogre, right, Neil?
No.
Okay.
Right. No.
So you would have heard the exclamation, and that's about it.
Guys, I heard the ogre on the other side. Maybe the deer are there now.
Oh, right. Can I be pedantic? So if ogres speak giant in common, and orcs speak orc in common, wouldn't the ogre... I'm not saying he's talking to the orcs, but if he was to talk to the orcs, wouldn't he talk to them in common? If he was going to talk to them? I'm not saying he's talking to them either. I'm just asking.
I understand the pedanticness, and I love it, but I'm also just going to be under the assumption that these fuckers speak some kind of similar language that's not common.
Okay.
Just to kind of be a bit of a bad DM, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
just,
I'm
you can't
assuming
understand.
You guys aren't going to be overly quiet. Do we hear them crashing into the underbrush like they're
Oh,
going
no.
after deer?
With your 9? With your roll of
Well, that's
9
not really
perception?
perception. That's just like common, like.
That's
you know,
what perception means, what you perceive via your
Oh, okay.
senses.
I heard one of the ogres on the west side yell out. I think Faunem must have summoned the deer.
And
All right.
by the way, this is like in the first 6 seconds of the ogre having witnessed the deer. So you might eventually hear ogres and orcs crashing through trees and underbrush, but currently no.
Yeah. Sarissa's gonna put her arm out and do the listen. Let's listen.
So, from what Neil has told you, he has heard and would also hear. He has heard the ogre exclaim out loud in whatever language to whoever he is exclaiming to. Sorry, I can't pronounce words. He with a 17 or 16.
16.
Would also hear the trampling of like heavy footfalls getting fainter and fainter as they go in the 6-second time period. Probably would not hear the other footfalls.
They
So
never want to come running.
yeah, pretend.
Wasn't Faunem supposed to give us a signal?
Was she? Oh, owl calls, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay, good. Yeah, good point. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, fucking one of you or all of you would hear the whoo whoo, and
So that means that's the signal. That
Yeah,
means
but-
two of them have been fallen for it and are leaving.
Yeah. So that each deer has at least somebody following them.
okay.
Yeah, she got rid of
So-
the ogre. Let's go.
Each of you, like, we're not gonna roll initiative yet, but each of you give me what you would be doing in the first like in 6-second increments together.
Sarissa is gonna call up her astral sun sword and have it ready.
Astral Sun Sword?
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
That's where I summon a blade from thin air. It has to be daylight, and I can
What-
do an
what-
extra 1d8 piercing damage when
How-
I'm fighting as a bonus action.
How/why do you have that? What is that?
It comes from being a paladin.
No, it does not. I played a paladin for a long time. No, it is not. Like, is it
No,
a subclass of paladin that you chose, or like?
no, I'm an oath vengeance or something like that. So it came up on my list of available spells. I can't remember, but yeah.
The spell.
So it
Yeah, it's a
costs
spell.
it costs a
The spell,
first level
a
spell
paladin
slot.
spell called Astral Sun Sword.
Yeah, it's a paladin spell, and so I call it up. I can have it for 6 hours. I can do it instantaneous. I don't need to concentrate, but I use up a spell slot having it.
What the fucking fuck? Okay.
Hell yeah.
So I've got my and because I do everything in blue, so I have my my blade in the thin air, and I'm gonna say it kind of glows blue around it.
Let's stay close together at first.
Okay, so
To
hold
know
on. I'm on the D&D 5th edition wiki dot. It says the Sun Sword is a legendary, requires attunement.
This is
It's
a
not.
spell
It's a
called Astral
spell.
Sun Sword.
Please
It's a
give me the
spell.
link somewhere, please.
It's in D&D Beyond.
That does not give me the link. It's not that hard.
Hold on.
I typed in Astral Sun Sword and it just gave me this.
Let me find it. I don't know. Type it into D&D Beyond. It should give you the spell.
It doesn't.
Just look on her spell sheet.
Award.
Okay, yeah. Let me go to
I'm
her.
trying to find it. I'm not very good with D&D Beyond finding spells and stuff. I'm terrible with it. I'm gonna figure out where it's from. If it's Tasha's Cauldron.
This is less of a I don't believe you and more of like, where the fuck does that come from? Because I'm curious
Right,
as
I'm
shit.
having trouble finding it as well. Where the
I
hell
think
does
it
that
might-
come from?
I thought there was a note that said it's from Tasha's, but like I said, I'm not very good at finding where things specifically come from. I'm not very good with D&D Beyond.
Was there a point in time where you were selecting your spells and you selected the Astral
No.
Sun Sword?
No, and this only showed up when I hit 4th level for whatever reason.
It also looks like maybe you haven't chosen your ability score improvement once you hit 4th level. Just FYI.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. So it's from 5e. It's a 1st level conjuration spell. Casters can summon a blade from thin air in the day, only during the day. Do an extra 1d6 piercing. Let me make a note. So ability score needs to go up.
Please, for the love of God, like, look up where that spell... I've never heard of that in my entire... Like, I have perused and finally, like, fine-tooth comb gone through every spell in the game. Because I was curious and bored, but... I am so...
Yeah. It's going to take me a while, because like I said, I'm not very good with D&D Beyond.
Okay, so it does, what, 1d8?
Yeah, it's just an extra 1d8 damage as a bonus action if I wanted. I can't use it at night. Like, if the moon comes out for whatever reason, it's like...
Okay, so wait. Which spell... What? Are you using a 1st level spell slot?
Yeah, it's a 1st level spell slot.
So it does 1d8 piercing damage and an additional d6 for...
If I go up, but I don't have any 2nd level spell slots, so...
So why would you use this?
Because I want to.
It takes up a spell slot. At your current level, it does not do any extra damage. Because it's not a spell slot above 1st level.
It does 1d8.
Which your normal sword does, right?
Yeah, and my question is so the Divine Smite, do those also use up spell slots?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh God, okay. I hope you knew that when you were using them previously.
Yeah, I just forget, like I said, because I got all this shit getting thrown at me.
I don't think that your current sword is worse than a 1d8. And it's not. It can even be 1d10 if you wanted to do it versatile, with two-handed, but you would need to drop your shield to do so.
And Divine Smite...
It's 2d8.
That gives you 2d8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't do that.
No, then. Yeah, definitely not. Save yourself that spell slot, because that's...
Because I can do... And Divine Smite's a bonus, right? A bonus action.
It's not it's a nothing. It's when you hit, you can just say, I want to smite that. It's not a bonus action, it's not a react, it's nothing. You just get it if you want it.
Okay.
If you want to spend the spell slots.
Sorry. I guess I would use this Astral Sword if we were going up against one thing. I mean, it would make more sense.
You can bring out the Astral Sun Sword if you're using like a fucking like 8th or 9th or 6th level spell slot. It will be an extra 1d6 damage for every slot above the 1st level.
But at the 1st level, it's kind of a waste of a spell
It's nothing.
slot.
Yeah.
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 Or if we were going up against one thing, I could do my normal melee attack with the Divine Smite and add the Astral Sun Sword into it. If we were only going up against one thing and it was at a higher level. Does that make sense?
No. It's a sword, so like if you get disarmed, you can summon this instead, or
like as a bonus action, I could summon it and use it for whatever. I'm saying if we were to go up against one thing, let's say we're just going up against one thing and it was just going to be a balls to the wall fight. Let's say I had a 2nd or 3rd level spell slot. I could use my regular melee attack with the Divine Smite to mess it up, and then I could throw in as a bonus action. No. Why not?
Because it does not say that in the spell.
Bonus action.
As a bonus action, you are summoning a sword. That's it. That's your bonus action.
And it says the longsword does 1d8 piercing damage.
Yeah, it does not say as part of that bonus action, you get to attack with it. Like spiritual weapon
And well,
for
that
clerics?
was why my point where I said I would call it up beforehand. That's why
Well,
before we got into the melee,
yeah.
I would call it up.
But
And
in
then
this
I could
instance,
attack
you
with
are
the
not
sword.
you're not missing a sword. You have a sword already. You don't need to summon this as a bonus action. You already have a sword.
This is an extra sword that just stays
I
with
know,
you.
but you only have one hand for one sword, and you have your other hand for your shield. It's
So
not
it
a
counts-
floating sword. It's in your hand as a sword.
So it's not like the cleric one.
Correct. It's not a spiritual weapon like I just mentioned.
It's not like spiritual weapon, no.
Okay, because that's what I thought it was.
I
It was
would
like
I would allow
spring.
this to be a magical weapon if you needed to use it for that purpose, but you already have a +1 sword as far as I know.
Yeah. So
So-
this isn't like Friend's spiritual
No.
weapon where then as a bonus you take a
Nope.
swipe. It's something
Nope.
you would use in the place of your normal sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you are reaching high enough levels where that 4d6 on top of your 1d8 per swing
What?
is phenomenal. You know, whatever.
It doesn't have a very good explanation.
Correct.
That's the
It just summons a sword. That's
Yeah.
it.
Well,
And it has 1d6 additional damage.
Per level
each
of second
spell
spell
slot.
slot or higher.
so like if I
No.
had a 4th level
Yeah.
spell slot, it would do 1d8 plus 3 more d6 if I summoned and
Yes.
used it instead of my regular sword. But I only have 1st level spell slots, so it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense to burn up spell
Got it.
slots for something that's not going to
From
do
the
more
way
damage than my
from the
normal
way
sword.
I'm reading it, an additional d6 damage for every spell slot above first that this spell is cast in. So if you use a 4th level spell slot, it would do 1d8 plus 3d6 per swing. Plus whatever smites and shit you want to add into it after that. And I'm going to call it magical, even though it doesn't necessarily say that it is. But it's a fucking sun sword, so I'm just say it's magical. Like, whatever. Anyway. I forgot where we were. Like, what are we doing here?
We're deciding what we're doing before initiative.
Okay.
Before we start going into initiative order. So, I don't have any spells I want to cast right now.
So you have heard the ogre exclaim and some tramping, tromping, stomping sounds heading away from you. I'm going to give you that much information. And you heard the double owl cry from the Faunem gal. I'm going to say that she went first, so that's her 6 seconds. What are you doing in these 6 seconds, each of you, please?
I'm heading for the break in the wall.
Okay. Move your token, your move speed.
Sarissa uses her
Stealthily.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll.
Oh, crud.
Bad?
9.
Okay. Oh, that's a pretty good roll from your opposition, so
while he's doing that before we're in initiative, Sarissa's
Yeah.
gonna call up her shield of faith and get that going, and then use her use her divine power to get that spell slot back. So I burn that up.
okay. Make sure you do that on your D&D. Are you moving in step with Rio or staying back in the trees?
I'm staying back because I have to move incredibly slow because I'm loud.
And then Neil, what you doing?
I'm going to before Sarissa moves away. I'm going to say, Sarissa, you're a superstar. You got this. And I'm going to give her bardic inspiration.
Oh, sweet.
Which is attack rolls and saving throws?
Yes.
Okay.
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 And then I'm going to move to the inside of this doorway of this tower here stealthily.
Give me a
attempting-
stealth roll, Neil.
8.
Okay. Okay, so Trying to figure out some lines here. I rolled pretty well for that guy. Also pretty well for that. Okay, so what? Give me a perception roll, Rio, please. And Neil.
Coming right up.
Neil as well, but your DC is going to be higher based on your current position.
21.
Okay.
13.
Neil? Okay. All right, so please again. Well, actually, Rio, you would see this shit because of your perception roll. So, Rio, you can hear the stomping from the north. Loud, heavy footfalls of this. As it kind of comes close to this corner, you can see what it is. But you can see it on the map, obviously.
Well, so much for our insidiously clever master plan.
You would also, Rio, and maybe a little bit from Neil, but you would also hear the softer, but still kind of thick footfalls of this guy. And Rio, you would notice both of these. Notice you. And as they do, they both cry out in like a battle, like a, oh, I'm fucking ready for this. You know, like the thick ogre yell and the slightly less thick but still thick orc battle cries.
Oh shit.
This gives a little bit of a reaction to things that you don't know about, but no worries. Do we think we want to say... Oh, fuck it. We're not going to play for at least a week and a half, so if you guys are willing to feel this out, I'm happy to do it. So we want to roll initiative and have this happen?
Sure.
Sure.
Or
If
is
it gets really hairy and whatever, we could we could have to stop in the middle
as
of
much as
combat.
we
It's
can.
doable.
Okay, cool. So give me your initiative
notes.
rolls, por favor.
Okay. 15.
Okay.
13.
10.
Sorry, my caps lock is making this annoying. Okay, that's pretty bad.
Oh, sorry.
For what?
I accidentally re-rolled. I was trying to turn. I hit the X, and instead of turning the dice off, it just threw it again.
I got Neil as 15, Rio as 13, Sarissa as 10.
Yep.
Okay. So be thinking about what you might want to do based on what your character can currently see.
While this is going on, Sarissa mutters to herself, "Oh, fuck me in Infernal." When she hears the orc coming.
I hear that orca coming. I did not roll for the ogres, but I'm gonna say their dex is not great. Oh god, that's a good. Oh, wait, how would I roll? I can't. Okay. 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 So first up will be Neil, followed by Rio. And that's as much as you guys know right now. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Then Neil is going to fly up to the top of the wall and land on the top of the wall, where he can get a good view of everything. And I guess maybe I better ask you what I see before I do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to. I don't know how people do this faster.
And the wall's 15. You said the wall's 15.
Yeah,
so
you are high enough to see. I'm even gonna move you a tiny bit closer. To where you can see the other orc that was like or would have otherwise been hidden behind like the wall angle. So
number 2.
Number 2, yeah. So you see orc number 3 has a heavy crossbow.
Oh shit.
And on his back you can also see an axe, like a one-handed kind of axe, and a shield. The ogre you see has just basically like no shield, just a two-handed club kind of thing, which as an ogre in their strength they can wield one-handed, but that's all they have. That's all this one has, at least the one you can see. Oh shit! I didn't mean to move it. Let me move it back. And then the other orc you can also magically see now, since I moved you, is where are you? Has a short bow in its arms, like in the ready position, like ready to fire, and a spear, like a polearm, on its back. That's what you see, Neil.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Neil is going to.
I gotta figure out
Can
these fucking stat
Sarissa
blocks.
see Neil from where she's at? Or is he too, like, see him up? Is he hovering or no?
I don't think you would be able to unless he's a certain
Okay.
height from the top.
Yeah.
Like if he's hovering above at a certain height.
Okay.
Which he did not declare, so I'm gonna say no for now.
Okay. Neil is going to whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking it with terrible pain. I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at second level on
Okay.
the ogre. So let me mark that spell slot off. So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw 14.
Okay. Where is that dice? That's a nat 20, baby. I'm so sorry.
Ugh.
Is there a? It costs a spell slot, so there's probably a. What happens when
on
it
on a failed save?
Successful save.
Oh yeah, right. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away from me.
And that was orc number 3?
No, that was ogre.
Oh, the ogre. Okay. Wait. No, it's still not 20. Yeah.
But I'll roll damage and he'll take
Please.
half damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's roll that. Oh yeah, 12 points. So 6 points of what is it? Psychic damage, I guess. Yeah. Psychic.
And I'm gonna call this Ogre 1. So 6 points of psychic. Okay.
So there's number 3. The orc,
Yeah,
that's number
the
3.
ogre
And this-
closest to you is number 1. And the ogre that you can't technically see because of how vision works in this game is ogre number 2.
Wait, I see number 3, and I know there's.
Wait, no, there's 4 orcs and 2 ogres, and the ogres do not
Okay.
have numbers under them right now.
Okay.
But the one you can see closest to you is number 1.
Okay.
I'm trying to find. Oh, there's the ogre stat block. Okay.
Let's see. So, well, before I take the rest of my turn, so with the way discordant whispers works,
Dissonant. Yep.
or just dissonant whispers, that ogre is the only one that heard it. So I'm presuming that the orcs still haven't seen me or know where I'm at.
If that was your intention, who put Bob?
That's his name. Bob.
Okay, fine.
Bob the ogre.
I guess if you're trying to be stealthy about that spell class, is it verbal,
Yeah.
somatic, and component, or?
It is just verbal, and it says
Okay.
you whisper a discordant melody that only one
So-
creature of your choice within range can hear.
Ooh, okay. Okay, then yes.
It's like I project this
Only-
this whisper.
Only Bob heard that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, then I will. I don't really have any bonus actions that I can use that I want to use. So, I will. Let's see. Do I have any movement left? It's 15 feet to get up there. Can I get back down? Can I fly back down?
I mean, I'm gonna be pretty lax with your flying movement speed for the most part, unless you're trying to hover above the ground. At which point we'll say that you need to drop your sack
Okay,
or.
well then, yeah, I'm gonna just hop back off the wall, and back down,
Okay.
and that's my turn.
So we have Rio, and a little bit down the line will be Sarissa.
Okay. So, I will get clear line of sight on Ogre 3.
Okay.
With a bonus action cast Ranger's Poisoned Arrows.
I have never heard of that. What does that do?
As a bonus action. Dang. As a bonus action, I cast this spell on any number of arrows I may have. The
Okay.
arrows will have the following effect for the duration of the spell. On a normal ranged attack roll, on a hit, a puff of noxious gas is emitted from the arrow. The creature must take a con saving throw or take d12 poison damage in addition to the normal arrow damage.
Is there any kind of like a duration, or there's no limit to the number of
1
arrows?
1 minute.
So as many arrows as you can fire in 1 minute is like what it's saying, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Make sure that spell slot is ticked off, and
AC is 12.
okay. Give me the attack roll for attacking orc number 3.
Ka-ching! Crit.
And how do you have +9 to hit? Oh, probably the archery skill.
The archery
Or-
stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
it's a +1. weapon.
Yeah, yep. Okay, so that somehow it hits. Yeah. So via my, it's up to you how you want to do crits, but you should probably decide before you roll the damage. But my crit rule is you roll 3 times the damage die. You take the top 2/3 of those rolls. So if it's like 1d8, you roll 3d8. You take the highest 2 of the d8s that you roll, and then you also add
Okay,
your.
then let me repeat that. Let me roll that 3 times.
Yeah.
One of those is for Colossus Slayer.
Oh, okay. Is that an extra 1d8?
Yes.
Fuck. That's okay. So your longbow by itself is 1d8, right? Plus
Correct.
whatever. Your Colossus Slayer is also 1d8,
Yep.
and that goes into effect if anything is higher hit points than your current, or
If it has taken any damage previous to my attack.
number 3 has not taken any damage as far as I know.
So scratch Colossus Slayer.
Let me make
My
sure.
regular damage for this
No.
roll would be 11.
Okay.
Now
So
let me roll that twice more.
So in the future, we need to we need to make this more concise / consolidated.
Yes. Which mechanism would you prefer for that?
Well, it'd be understanding the crit rule up front. So in this case, you have +5 just based on your stats. So probably proficiency plus dex. You rolled a 5, a 6. You have your first 3 d8 rolls. I'm gonna ignore the 1 to be nice. And the other one, fuck. Like, let's say that you rolled a 5, a 6, and a 2. Let's say those were your 3 d8 rolls based on my crit rule. So you get to choose the 5 and the 6. You do 11 off the bat, and your +5. So you did a total of 16 damage with that one bow attack.
And then the poison damage.
Yes, which was
Did he make a con 12?
Oh yeah, good point. I rolled a 7. There's no way that orc has +5, so he failed, and it is still the crit. So whatever the poison damage is, what's the poison damage?
The poison damage is a d12.
So roll 3d12 and take the best 2 rolls.
Now, how do I manually roll an owlbear?
In owlbear, there is a dice tray.
Looking for it?
Oh, what did I fucking
Not
do?
finding it.
I just reset everything.
Yeah. I haven't been able to figure out how to roll an owlbear either.
Player
you might not
permit.
have it enabled, Riley. I believe now it's a plugin that you have to turn on and off.
Fucking, it's a plugin now?
Yeah, or
It
it's a
wasn't
feature you can
before?
turn on and off, I think. But it's probably just easier to use D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I use D&D Beyond. Those rolls will show up in my stream, in my video, so bottom left of D&D Beyond will give you your dice option and just do click 3d12.
Okay, I click on the d12 3 times and then roll.
Yep. I didn't know they got rid of the fucking dice tray on Albert. That's annoying. Integrations? No.
So we have 3.
Oh, there they are.
9, 8. No, 3, 6, 8.
Yeah, so you choose the top 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like advantage a little bit. So yeah, so you did 14 more poison damage. So it was 5 plus 6 plus 2, drop the 2, so 11 plus 5 of your basic, modifier damage, so 16 plus 14 more poison damage for a grand total of 30 against Orc 3. Describe describe how insanely insanely destructive this one fucking poison arrow is on this orc. Like, how does this orc just die in the most horrific fashion possible?
Into the left eye socket. And then a puff of nauseatingly fluorescent green, think Vaseline glass, surrounds his head. He inhales, gasps, and then sprays blood, and then drops to the ground.
Yeah, that happens. That is what happens.
And then I seek cover using the rest of my 35 feet of movement.
Okay.
And it's next better.
All right, so Orc 3 is way more than done for. Bob.
Is Faunem get a turn? Just curious.
I didn't roll for her, but I did say that she was dashing. I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she was dashing while you guys were making your first forays into the structure area. So she had that first dash where you guys weren't making any movements, and then you heard her owl calls, and then yeah, I should roll. I gotta pee again. I'm fucking sorry. But Bob/Ogre 1 will be up now. And then Sarissa will be the next player to go after that.
Good job, Rio. Sarissa gives you our hand signal for fuck yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's always best when you hear the DM go, what? What did you just do? So, stupid question. For my saving DC, it's 13.
Mm-hmm.
What is that based on again? What numbers is somebody's save DC based on? Or, how do you...
For you...
Yeah.
For paladins, it's based upon your charisma.
Okay, and so if my save DC, if somebody has to roll a save and it's at 13 right now, what would make that DC go up to 14? Is that still based on my charisma? My charisma would have to go up?
Right, correct.
Okay.
So if you, for your have you applied your ability points at 4th level yet?
I started to, but I was trying to figure out, because I'm pretty sure 15 and 16 are virtually the same, but 17 and 18 are the same as far as pluses, right?
So
17 is the same as 16, so you got to get to 18 before you get your +4.
Okay.
Okay.
16 and 17 are basically the same. So if
Hold
I
on.
was at
Hold on.
16,
Hold on.
I
Hold
would
on,
need
please
to get
hold on.
to 18 to get a plus, because if I just gave myself one ability score, I got up to 17, that's not going to change the number until I add another ability score. Okay.
I would very much like to figure out why Shannon can't hear me while I'm talking when she is also talking. That would be great to figure out. As far as spell DCs go, it is a baseline of 8 plus your proficiency plus whatever that spell casting modifier is. So if you have plus 3 charisma, it's 8 plus 2 at this current time plus 3, which is 13.
So the plus 2 is so it's
baseline 8, yep. Plus your proficiency. Plus your spellcasting modifier for that particular spell.
Okay. And since I'm charisma based, it would be the charisma score. Okay.
Either if it's 16 or 17, it's plus 3. If it's 18 or 19, it's plus 4. You know how that part works.
Yeah. So I'll figure it out after this.
It's the same thing as your spell attack modifier, which starts at base 10. So it's just minus 2 basically from your spell attack modifier.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. It took a weird amount of time for me to figure that out too, but I found it somewhere.
And that's the trouble when you use D&D Beyond, is it doesn't really clearly lay out some of the things.
Yeah.
And so, and if you don't learn it, then you're like, why am I using this number?
Exactly.
Fuck if I know.
It doesn't tell you why sometimes. Rio, yes, as you guys were saying in your chat while I was peeing, Rio did a phenomenal amount of damage with one fucking poison arrow. It's beautiful. Bob, we are saying, is ogre number 1.
Okay.
He is up now.
Okay.
And he's got a good amount of movement speed, so he has been hit by something. It didn't do a ton of damage. I think it was Neil getting a... Oh yeah, he succeeded on the saving throw, but still took damage.
Yeah.
Bob...
I messed with his brain.
Yeah, this Bob Ogre heard something like whispering through his head, and it hurt a bit, but what? And he'll, they're dumb. I'm gonna say it. Ogres ain't smart, yo. Fucking 5 intellect, so he'll come up. He'll move a little bit closer, into the rubble, look around. I'm gonna give a perception roll to him to see if he spots Rio where he's standing. 13. Rio, give me a posthumous stealth check.
Post facto stealth check coming up, and that's a 9.
So the big old ogre, the big old ogre guy does indeed see Rio trying to hide in this rubble.
Rio's LARPing as Sarissa with his stealth abilities.
It does indeed notice Rio, and doesn't have a whole lot of movement left, but he'll make a little bit of leeway toward you. And that's the end of Bob. Whoever put Bob on the screen, it did not travel with Bob. So you do see a number 1 underneath this ogre's thing. So yeah. Let me find the other dude skulls we have here. Where the fuck?
Bob the ogre.
Okay. So. Okay. So that happened. Sarissa, it's your turn.
All right. Sarissa being Sarissa.
I would hope that you are who you are, yeah.
Exactly. I'll just, like I said, I mutter to myself, "Oh fuck me," in Infernal, and I'll just go bombing forward and take a swing at Bob.
Okay. So Bob
So,
notices you coming up upon it, but what you doing?
yeah. I will swing at him with my longsword.
Okay. Attack roll.
Attack roll. So he's. So let me. Where's the thing? That's the javelin. Boop. So, wait. Oh shoot! Sorry, I rolled damage. I need to hit. Sorry. Like I said. Okay, so
I'm not even looking at it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, like I said, I rolled the wrong one. So 18 plus 6, 24.
24. Oh man, that does not hit. It totally hits.
Now I'll swing at him, and when I hit him, I'll swing this at him, and then on top of that, I would like to use a divine smite. So I'm gonna mutter one of my little things and divine smite him on top of striking him with my sword.
Okay, so you have hit with your first swing, which I believe is all you have at this level. So,
yeah,
what's your sword damage?
The sword damage is 12.
Wow. Is that like an 8 on your D8?
It's a 6 on her D8.
It's a
6 plus
6.
6.
You have plus
I have a
6
6.
damage?
Yeah.
How?
And then I'm gonna roll the 2d8 because divine smite's 2d8.
Well, hold on just a second. Like, your damage is based on your strength only, right? Or do you have a feat that gives you plus damage for single-handed weapons?
I have a plus 6 for it's 1d8 plus 6 slashing damage.
Okay.
The D6 is her plus 3 mod from strength, plus 2 proficiency, and plus 1 from the sword itself. Equals plus 6.
Oh, proficiency adds to damage?
Yeah.
Not just to hit?
I believe so.
Okay. Cool. So 12 damage to the ogre plus whatever smite damage.
Alright, let me...
Sorry, it's not like I don't believe you. It's just like I don't understand where that comes from. It's like my brain.
Plus 8.
Well, you're doing level 1 smite, right? So 2d8?
Yes.
Okay.
2d8, so 8 points.
Oh, so 5. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Ogre is not currently looking bloodied, but also not like it hasn't taken a good amount of damage, if that makes any sense.
Perfect.
Is that your entire turn?
Yes.
Okay. So, now we have. Okay, let me roll. Go ahead.
So technically, I'm not going to do it, but technically, I could use a spell that's a bonus action if I wanted, right?
If you have a bonus action spell.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, yeah. I'm not going to do that on this one, but I was checking.
Okay. After a couple of rolls for this particular orc. Okay. What happened. Ogre 2. These are off-screen thing. Oh, okay. Sorry, hold on a second. No. Don't want to do that. Okay. Okay. Next up is Orc 2. Which is fucking where, man? Oh, there. Okay. Orc 2 has definitely heard the commotion. And he is just barely able to like peek around and see Shrisha. And to his Orky... Wait. Does Orc 2... I decided these things ahead of time. Orc 2 does have a short bow. But rolled a 6. I'm going to say +3? +1. So does a 7 hit you, Sarissa?
Here, let me think about that. No.
What the fuck?
Right?
Okay. So the arrow just goes whizzing over your head, and you're like... Yeah. We're back to the top of the round. Neil, you are up now with Rio on deck. It is also 7 p.m., almost on the dot, so I got nothing to do for the rest of the night, so if you guys want to continue until a certain point, let me know.
We can finish this round.
Yeah, we can do one more round.
Kick their asses since
round or
we're
two.
going.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yep. So Neil, you're up. Rio, you're next.
Okay.
Neil, you technically can't see what's going on.
Yeah, I will step
Yeah.
out from cover.
Okay. You see Ogre, you see Sarissa, you see Rio, you see Orc 2.
Okay, so Neil, not knowing how many enemies might lay in our path, not gonna necessarily blow all of. Yes, he is. He's gonna use his once a day fairy fire, which is a part of his one of his class things or something, and he's gonna cast fairy fire, centered on. Let me see if I can draw this. It's a 20-foot cube, so it'd be like. Oh, damn! It's gonna catch Rio.
It doesn't need to.
It doesn't need to.
No, you can drag the cube to like the west and a little bit to the south, and it will just hit the Ogre and Orc 2.
Yeah. I want to center or get the cube such that I'm only hitting Ogre and okay.
Okay.
That.
So 2 and Bob need to make dex saves, I'm assuming?
Yes. 14.
Okay.
So
Let me
I
just get
whip
there.
out my pan flute and I do do special effects.
Okay. So... Oh, that's a definite fail, and that is... Ooh, wait. So what it says? I was going to say Ogre was the first roll, and Orc is the second roll. So Orc is... Okay, so the Ogre, Bob, fails profoundly, and the Orc does actually succeed somehow. So Orc 2 succeeded the dex save. However, make sure you read that spell text closely, because I believe anybody who is actually still, even if they succeed the save, if they are still in the affected area of that spell, they are still marked by it. If I am misreading how that spell is read, please let me know.
I don't see the what's the.
So like read it out loud.
Does that matter?
Read it for everyone.
Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet.
So these aren't objects, so that doesn't matter.
Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. So any creature in the area when the spell is cast, and so.
Yep. Keep going. Keep reading.
Where did I lost my place? Where does it? Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. For the duration, objects and affected creatures shed dim light in 10-foot radius. And any attack roll against an affected creature has advantage.
Okay, so maybe I misread it, because I thought that any creature that was still in the fairy fire, even if they succeeded on the saving throw, would still be marked by that. I think I'm wrong.
No,
then.
they have to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I read that made me think that I was correct on that one, but
So
all
Bob is glowing. Orc number 2 is not.
Yeah,
yes.
Bob has got this like purple flame stuff popping off. Like you can't miss him. He's just
Okay.
he's on fire.
Okay.
And but Orc 2 didn't. He saved.
Yes, he did.
Oh damn. Okay. All right, so that's my action, and I believe that's. Oh, and then for my bonus action, I will shout over to Rio like, "Great job on that orc, man!" and give Rio bardic inspiration.
Sarissa still has a bardic inspiration, right?
She does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they both have it.
Okay. Cool. All right. So that was Neil. Rio, you are up. And if I'm just gonna assume the rest of you are paying attention to like where the monsters go in this order. After Rio, Ogre number 1 went, and then Orc. Well, you didn't notice that one, and then Sarissa. So Neil, Ogre number 1, blah blah, Sarissa.
Okay. Bob gets my focused attention.
Okay.
Ranger's poison arrows is still in effect.
Okay.
Has Bob taken any damage so far?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so my ordinary
20 points.
rolling the d20. And that gives me a 23.
Ah, that just barely hits, yo.
If I use... Okay. Good enough. Now let's do some damage. Here's the ordinary damage
Okay.
or the poison. So there's 13 damage.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yep.
And now for the poison, which is a straight D12.
Oh, the giant killer.
Unless
Okay.
you can beat a con 12, which would have the damage.
Let me get the 13 damage. No, not insert. Not insert. Hold on.
Standing by.
Okay. Con of 12. What's this? No. Nope. Give me that poison damage, yo.
And that says a 9.
I don't know why that damage roll is so like late. I don't understand that. I like watched it take its time, but okay.
It's slow with Owlbear.
Yeah.
Unlike other VTTs.
I might have to just like I might even be okay. Yeah. I'll spend money on Fort or Foundry. Why not? Like $50 for my entire life. So, Bob.
No, I will taunt Bob. Yoo-hoo, moron, over here, and then retreat. My 35 movement.
So you did a large amount of damage to to Orc 1, right?
Right.
No. Yes, yeah.
Oh, Bob.
Bob also noticed you kill the fuck out of Orc 1 in like one arrow. And then
Well,
some.
that was Orc 3.
Yeah.
That was number 3.
Oh yeah, it was. Okay, I'm
number 1.
I'm trying to like keep up with what I have. Yeah. But Orc 3 was still. Where's Orc 1? Oh, okay.
He ran after the deer.
Yep. So Ogre Bob noticed you kill the fuck out of Orc 3, and then also do a fuck ton of. Okay, so intimidation, if you would like to, against Bob with advantage.
Yeah, I'm going to add my D6 from Bardic Inspiration to this one.
Does Bardic Inspiration work on ability checks?
It does.
Okay.
It's any D20. Yeah.
So at advantage, but you do not have to use your Bardic Inspiration until after you know.
After you see the roll.
So maybe you roll great.
Let's find out.
We'll find out. Advantage roll.
And that says a 12, which is mediocre.
Roll it again because you get advantage, so you get to get the best of 2 rolls.
Yeah, dude. Roll advantage, yo.
Number 2, coming right up.
It's
How
21.
about a 21?
So would you like to keep that?
Now you have to decide, whether you want to add your bardic or not.
No, I'm not going to add.
So, as per my rules, and actually the rules as written for D&D in general, on ability checks, a D20 is not perfect success. Because you could just like,
21.
I'm trying to convince this king to give me his kingdom, let me roll a persuasion check. That's bullshit. However, in this instance, yes, that is save your.
He's already scared of him. Yeah.
Save your bardic inspiration because
Nice.
for sure this ogre is. What's your intended result with trying to intimidate this ogre?
Make him run away.
And you have moved where you have where your character currently is on the map, right?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like him to just run out into the forest to the northeast.
So, I'm actually okay with this. Bob/ogre number 1 would run a little bit scared past. Like, I know that Neil probably doesn't have the best opportunity attack, but Sarissa might. So the ogre would run through Sarissa's, like around Sarissa's space. So Sarissa, you have a melee opportunity attack against Ogre 1/Bob. And if you do not know yet, you can use a smite on any melee attack ever. And Neil, I don't think you have a melee attack.
I don't.
But if you happen to have like a fucking dagger or something like that, you could theoretically use it against this ogre as a reference.
Or I could try to grapple him or something.
You could? No, it's way too big for that. You're muted, Sarissa, this whole time.
I'll do an unarmed strike.
Okay. Sarissa, yours first.
Okay, I did
Sorry,
a longsword opportunity attack, and it's 16 plus 22.
It hits.
All right, so I will slash at him.
Wait, hold on. Via my rules, because I played a paladin for a year, and I think there's some weird like fuckedness with this shit. You need to declare whether or not you're using a smite before you know before you know the damage and or result of your first like actual sword attack.
I'm gonna use my smite.
You are using your smite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have a spell slot for that, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me your...
I got the damage, and
yep.
then it's 2d8, right?
What was the damage of your sword attack?
It is 11. Let me mark off my spell slot. Hold on.
So I am... Fuck. Okay, give me a d20 roll. I'm being nice here.
A d20?
Yeah, just give me a d20 roll. And actually, add whatever your dex mod is to it.
My dex mod? It's only +1. So if I didn't roll well, do I have to use my bardic inspiration to roll again? I don't understand.
You're correct. You're correct. You do not understand because this is your DM being benevolent at this point in time. So what was your dex? What was your d20 roll plus your dex?
It's only 6. Like, if he's running by me and I get an opportunity attack and I rolled the 22, wouldn't that mean I get to hit him because I'm above his armor class and then I roll damage?
Okay, so benevolent DM is going to give you the option to spend your bardic inspiration in order to possibly not spend your spell slot.
Okay. So if I roll well, I don't have to burn the spell slot because it's opportunity. I can potentially... So I'll burn my bardic inspiration.
You
on
could
that
theoretically save a spell slot to... Yeah.
Okay. I'll roll again. I'll use my bardic inspiration. I'm feeling inspired.
All you should be rolling is that D6 bardic inspiration.
And
Nothing
that's
else.
1d20, correct?
No, it's 1d6.
Oh, hold on.
So you rolled a...
Hold on.
5 plus 1, I would assume, with your dex plus 1?
Yeah, so then I roll a d6 on top of that?
Yes, please.
I'm confused.
Unless you don't want to do it.
Unless you don't want to risk that bardic inspiration to save a spell slot.
Well, I rolled so shitty. Can I just save it then? Like, can I just...
It is entirely up to you. So, okay. Here's what you need to know as a paladin. And I thought this was in my rules, but when you hit,
okay,
that is when you choose to use a smite or not. Not after the initial damage of that hit.
Okay.
And then you say, I want to smite on top of that damage I just did.
Okay. So what if I hit or I don't? If I hit, I could say, okay, I'm gonna smite also on top of my damage.
Yes, based on what you think you know about the current target's HP remaining.
Okay.
So you hit.
Okay.
And
I did 11 points damage.
Yep.
And I was planning on smiting either way. I'll start saying it as soon as I hit, but I'm gonna smite him.
You did great there. I just want to emphasize this rule in the future. So you don't know after your sword like slashes through like the damage it does, because like we're talking real time. You're adding this holy burst of damage to your slashing damage or your piercing damage or your blunt damage, whatever your weapon happens to be, at the time it actually hits. But you don't know that. So I'm giving you a bonus right now. So if your dexterity was fast enough to say, "Oh, I noticed that this ogre died based only on my slashing damage," which is literally what just happened. Your slashing damage killed the ogre, but you declared the smite before that. I don't want you to waste the spell slot.
Okay.
So if your dexterity is fast enough to not waste that spell slot, you can keep that spell slot. So you rolled a 6, unfortunately, which is your dex plus whatever your d20 plus whatever your dex is. If you want to expend that bardic inspiration to beat, I'm just gonna say if you roll 10 or higher, so you need to roll at least a 4 on your d6 of bardic inspiration to save that spell slot. If you want to save that spell slot. If you don't care, you can save your bardic inspiration for another roll down the line.
Well, of course I'm going to try to save the spell slot.
I don't know. Maybe you want to save it for a future chance to hit. I don't know. Or a chance to save on a saving throw. I don't know.
I don't remember what I rolled at this point.
You rolled a 5 plus 1, I believe. You can have a actually 50% chance on that d6 roll to save your spell slot and not use your smite. Or you can just say, "Hey, I used my level 1 spell slot on the smite. I didn't need it, but I still have that bardic inspiration to possibly use later." Up to you. In the future, this option will not be available. If you declare the smite when you hit before your like d10 or d12, whatever sword damage is rolled, it is what it is. You cast your smite. I'm sorry. But I will try to like give you that chance to understand how it works again next time before you waste a spell slot on a smite that didn't need to be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to keep your bardic inspiration and spend your first level spell slot on a smite that was not necessary? Or do you want to roll a d6?
I rolled a d6 and I got a 6.
Oh. Okay. Then you...
Is that enough?
Yeah.
Do I add this to the 5 plus the 1? So 6 plus 5 plus 1 is 12. Is that enough, though?
No, it was just that d6 roll. Why do I see a 3 on a d6 roll and then a 6 on a d6 roll?
Because I have no idea what's going on. So I'm just rolling as the conversation's going. I literally am so fucking lost right now. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, but you should still probably listen to the words that I'm saying.
I'm listening.
That I thought that I was saying
understand.
pretty clearly, but I guess I wasn't. Anyway, you're fine. Keep your smite spell slot. It was not expended. You
Okay.
noticed in time that your sword damage alone killed ogre number 1/Bob.
Okay. And get rid of the bardic inspiration. Cross that out. Because I used that to roll.
Fuck, I forgot what I was... hold on. I don't know.
Yeah, but basically, you said that she used her bardic inspiration. She had a chance at it, and
She
So
she
she
used
did
her
and
bardic
got it back.
inspiration toward the dex check, right? To not spend that spell slot. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. So, the bardic inspiration is gone. You retain that spell slot you would have used for smite that would have just been pointless because you did literally the exact damage that the health pool of Bob had left. Yes. Okay.
But hey, it's dead.
Right?
She sliced it open.
Yeah. Yeah. Orc 4. So that was so that was Sarissa's. No, that was your
Reaction.
yeah.
Opportunity attack, yeah.
Opportunity attack, yeah.
For fuck's sake. Okay. I don't remember where we were. So that was Orc 1 was in there. Rio already.
It's my turn, I think. I go after Bob, don't I? And we just killed Bob?
Jesus fuck. That was a Bob's done. Fuck. That was a hell of a thing that just happened.
So it's Neil, Ogre number 1, Rio, Bob, Sarissa.
Let's just fucking call it for tonight, cause I don't.
We brought the devastation. The Orca number 2 is probably scared shitless at this
Neil,
point. If
you
you saw any of that.
Neil, what did you do on your turn? Your most recent turn.
I cast Fairy Fire, and
It hit Bob. It did not hit Orc 2.
Right.
Yep. Rio used like a poison arrow thing on Bob.
And then he ran around the corner and did.
Which dropped Bob super low, lowish enough for. Oh, and he intimidated Bob, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then
so
Sarissa
Bob started to
finished
run
him off.
away, which prompted the opportunity attacks from Sarissa and Neil, which doesn't have an opportunity attack, but Sarissa killed it.
And so after Rio would be Bob's turn, and then Bob was scared, but Bob had gotten scared by Rio, so he tried to run away. So technically, he doesn't get his turn because he died in an opportunity attack while running away because of Rio, right? Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're good. I am still done for the night.
Okay.
If we want to pick this up, if we do decide to play 2 Wednesdays from now, because that Wednesday seemed to be the best day for everybody, I think.
Sure.
We can at least spend a couple hours picking up this battle, finishing it, maybe tying up loose ends for the shrine that we're at, and then maybe moving on toward Butterskull Ranch, whatever. But
yeah,
I'm hoping that. Where's my frickin'?
Is it the top of the round now, or no? It's not. So
No.
Just got to mark down. Whose turn it
I
is.
will make a frickin' note for definitive. I'm gonna keep track of HP and everything.
I think it's my turn because I go after Bob, and Bob just died, so he doesn't get his turn. So I think it's my turn.
What about Orc 2? Did Orc 2?
To the best of everyone's knowledge, it is Sarissa's turn.
Okay.
But you don't know what I know.
Yeah. Like what the other players are doing. Just in my mind, it's my turn.
Not
but
even
other stuff could happen.
Not even players. Non-players. Non-player controlled PCs. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Cool. Sorry for my level of confusement.
Let
Okay.
me
Pick it up.
Yeah.
Next time.
So not the upcoming Sunday, a week from now, but 10 days from now.
Is Wednesday the 29th.
Wednesday the 29th. Okay.
If that works for everyone.
Yes. And what time?
It works for me.
Sure.
Yep.
It would again just be like 3 p.m. Central, 1 p.m.
1
Pacific.
p.m. Okay. Yep. Sorry,
Cool.
I got confused.
Hang on.
Oh,
just a
you're fine.
second. I need to double
Yeah.
check the time.
Yeah.
3 p.m. Central,
Can't
1
do that.
p.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
So
I can't do it till after work if it's gonna be on a Wednesday.
that's
Okay,
also that's what I'm saying. Like we could in theory start later, since it would just maybe be like a couple hours instead of 4.
I'm not speaking for John, but I suspect John and I will be okay with whatever works for the two of you who are on the other coast. You know, with
Yep.
jobs.
That makes it easy.
So let's make sure that we are paying attention to the Sunday chat in my Discord. Yeah, I think Justin is probably gonna be the one with the most restrictions on that Wednesday, because
Yeah.
my job is pretty fucking lax. But I can
I'll block it out to start anywhere from 1 p.m. to when the hell ever, and I'll just start paying it, and then whenever Justin can get off work.
It's probably gonna start, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but like maybe like 5:30 or 6 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Is that
That'd be good
about?
for me?
Yeah.
4 p.m. 3 to 4. Okay.
Does 5 work for you, Justin, or is that too close?
It's a little too close.
So 5:30 is okay.
Yeah.
So let's plan for 3:30 Pacific, 5:30 Central, and if it's 6/4, then it is what it is.
That
But
works.
only a couple hours, like.
Perfect.
Cool.
Sorry, I got
How-
confused.
You're
My brain
fine.
was overloaded.
It could literally have been a large percentage of my fault, so no worries. Happy Thanksgiving to anybody who
happy
cares about it.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Yeah. Everybody have fun.
and
Yeah,
I will
too.
see y'all in a week and a half.
Roaming from a vending machine.
Sounds good.
What was that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nobody in our chat room.
Vending
That's literally
machine?
Yeah, that's another chat room, I think.
John.
That was me.
Okay.
Good stuff. Okay. I'll see
right,
you
y'all,
guys
take
all
care.
later.
Talk
Bye.
to you later. Bye bye.